Hello, everybody. I am Jason Soto from RabbitHolePodcast.com, and we are here with another live stream for you on a wonderful Saturday night. I will introduce everyone on screen in just a minute. I just want to say really quickly, if you're watching this on YouTube later, you should go to twitch.tv/rabbitholepods and follow us there. And anytime we go live, you will get a little neat notification that says, hey, Rabbit Hole Pods is live. And you can watch all the bullshit that we do every Saturday night. And it's a lot of fun, trust us. So go to that, twitch.tv/rabbitholepods. Tonight, we are going to play another game that we played in February. It is called Fiasco. It will be run by fellow Rabbit Hole podcaster Lackey. Hello, Lackey. How are you?
Hello, Jason. I'm doing well.
We are also joined by Lackey's friend Scott. Hello, Scott.
Hi, good to see you.
And Lackey's other friend and Scott's brother-in-law, if I remember that correctly, Erik. Hi, Erik.
Yep, I'm the brother-in-law.
Welcome. Welcome to the madness that is the Rabbit Hole Podcast stream. Okay. With that said, I'm going to throw it off to Lackey to explain what the hell we're doing tonight. So, Lackey, what are we doing tonight?
All right, so tonight we are going to be playing a game called Fiasco. This is a game published by Bully Pulpit Games, and it has gotten some notice because Will Wheaton is a fan and has featured it on his tabletop series, and another big fan is John Rogers, who is the creator and showrunner of Leverage. And Bully Pulpit describes it as a game of powerful ambition and poor impulse control. And the basic pitch, the elevator pitch, is it's basically make your own damn Coen Brothers movie. They specifically mention Blood Simple, Fargo, and even though it's not a Coen Brothers movie, I think it's actually Sam Raimi's Simple Plan.
Yep.
But that's basically the thing. What we're going to do is we're going to it's a storytelling game. It's sort of like Dungeons and Dragons, except there's no Dungeon Master or GM. There's nobody. I'm going to be guiding everybody through this, but I'm not really running it in the same way that that a Dungeon Master runs a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. It's a lot more collaborative than that. We're going to improvise the story. We're going to start by, I've got 2 fistfuls of dice, and I'm going to roll them all. And we're going to use these dice. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to use these dice to build a web of characters, locations, objects, and needs. And we're going to tell a story involving all these characters and relationships and things. And with any luck, it will be a highly entertaining story that turns out well for absolutely nobody. So we're going to start... The game we're gonna the story we're gonna tell tonight, or in Fiasco parlance, this is called a playset. It's called Back to the Old House. Do you want me to share my screen, Jason?
Yes, thank you for reminding me about that. I will give you the controls in a second. I forgot all about that.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. So we are.
You're good to go.
Yeah,
I completely forgot.
We are off to a great fiasco tonight.
Hey, you're good to go now.
Okay, so it's called Back to the Old House. It's by Sean Buckley, and here is the score. The house has been calling you. Its dead dust breath seeping through splintered doorways. The dark hiss of long forgotten stations. Endless nights huddled in the death shed. Tears at bedtime. The house is calling, but you don't pick up. You've tried to forget, to make a fresh start and be somebody new. It's all bullshit. Everything that counts for anything went down in that fucking house. Bad things happened and you were a part of it. You left unfinished business. That's why you need to go back. To finish it. To end it all. You'd rather not go back to the old house, but you will. And it lists a number of different possible inspirations, number of different directions it could go. It could go into something overtly supernatural, like the Changeling or the Haunting. It could be something a little less. I thought this was a good thing, a good play set, because it kind of reminded me of what we just did in our book club a couple months ago, a novel called Home Before Dark.
Yes.
But they also mentioned like Sapphire and Steel. If you know what Sapphire and Steel is, the old British science fiction show that used to run against Doctor Who, and made a recent appearance on Black Mirror. But never mind that. But anyway, this is what we're going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start by rolling a bunch of dice. I've got a bunch of black dice and a bunch of white dice. Color doesn't really matter right now. What we want to do is generate a bunch of random numbers.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 4 dice for each player. And give me a second while I sort them all out. Ooh, we do not have many ones. 4 twos. We have a lot of 3s.
Hooray to regression to the means.
And we only have 1 1 and 1 6. So I'm going to go to the play grid and log these numbers in. So we have a 1, we have 2 2s, we have 6 3s, we have 3 4s, 3 5s, and a 6.
Oh.
All right. So I'm going to go back to the play set. The play set defines 4 different sorts of things: relationships, needs, motivations, locations, places that our story will take place. These are all, I presume, these are all locations in the old house, and objects. Going back to the play grid, what we need is we've got 4 players here, and we need adjoining players need relationships. So everybody needs a relationship with at least 2 other characters.
Okay.
This is a good time as any to fill out the player names on the grid. Traditionally, the person who grew up in the smallest town goes first. How big was your hometown, Erik?
Oak Park? Not that small.
Okay. From what you know of, because Scott and I grew up in the same town, and Jason grew up in the city, if I remember correctly.
I was born in a suburb of East Chicago, Indiana, but then I did move, to the south side of Chicago.
I credit you as coming from the city.
That's fine. I'm just letting you know my story for this purpose.
Okay. So it really comes down to how big Oak Park is compared to Elmhurst. So let's look up ye olde Google.
Okay.
Oak Park has a smaller, I believe it actually has a smaller population than Elmhurst, because Elmhurst...
Oh, no.
Oh, no! Oh,
look at that. Look at Elmhurst
I thought Elmhurst had a larger population
Look
than
at
that. I thought we
that.
were in the 100,000. Okay. Scott, I'm going to put you first.
Oh, okay.
Lucky.
We're gonna put you first.
Let's do.
Hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
So I'm putting us in the grid here. All right. So what Scott is going to do is he is going to take one of the numbers in the dice list, and he's going to define a relationship. He's going to use it to define a relationship, need, location, or object. We need, each of our characters needs at least 2 relationships. They need to be with the adjoining people on the grid. So Scott needs relationships with me and Jason. Erik needs relationships with me and Jason. I need relationships with Scott and Erik, and so forth. It's generally easiest to get the relationships out of the way first because they're required, but we should have at least 1 need, at least 1 location, at least 1 object as well. So Scott will pick a number from the dice list, and you'll see that these relationships have 6 categories, and each category has 6 details. So generally you want to get the category first. Like if you want a relationship, you want to take a 2, so you get obligation, and then later on, if there's a 3 out there, you can define that obligation as clown and machinist. Because all the great stories included clown and a machinist. It's it's in Sid Field's book of screenwriting.
Yeah.
So Scott, what are you going to do first?
Okay, we're going to start out with the relationship because those are kind of the things, along with needs, that drive the story. So I am going to pick for Erik and I think.
I don't know
have
you.
to pick. Yeah, it has to be me or Jason because.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because we're the ones that are adjoining you on the grid.
I'm sorry.
Stranger.
I apologize. I'm having a little trouble with my eyes, so
Fair enough.
couldn't quite see it. Okay, then let's do.
Let's see if I can actually get this grid larger.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm looking at it on a small screen, so.
All the better to try to get it larger. Is that better?
Oh, hey, there you go.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So, let's do Jason and I. I'm going to pick local news for us.
Okay. Local news. Okay, so that's a 5. So we're taking a 5 off.
Correct.
And
Mundo.
Local news. All right, and then if some point a name occurs to your character, a game for your character occurs to you, let me know and I will put it on the grid.
Okay.
All right, so you have defined local news as your relationship with Jason. I am going to define a relationship as well. Let me take a look at the categories we have. Betrayal, obligation, family, and local news and household chores. We have a lot of 3s, so I'm going to start taking the 3s. Family. So I'll take a 3 off the list. And Erik, hold on a second. I think I might. No, I didn't. Okay. Erik, you and I are going to be family.
Okay.
All right. So, Erik, you can review the playset and what you can do at this point. If you want to define a need, location, or object, you can go ahead and do that. But my suggestion is that you either define your relationship with Jason or add a detail to your relationship with me. Pick a number off the dice list, keeping in mind we only have a single 1 and a single 6. If you define the relationship with me, it should be one of the ones under the family category.
Okay, that's what I thought. So just to confirm then, relationships are going to essentially use 2 dice. One to pick the category and one to pick the
everything.
details.
Everything will use 2 dice.
Gotcha.
So if you want to define a need, you can define a category of need, but you're going to need a second die to define the detail.
Okie dokie. Can you go back to the relationship list, please?
Sure. So you can choose to, have a relationship with Jason, and that with the categories are betrayal, obligation, family, in dreams, local news, household chores, or you can give a detail to my relationship with me, which
Under
is
the family.
which is under family, and it has to correspond to one of these numbers in the dice list.
Right. Scroll down to 4. I'm going to pick relationship. I'm going to go ahead and pick 4 in dreams with myself and Jason.
Okay. So I will remove a 4 from the list. And okay. So Jason.
Yo.
It is your turn.
Okay.
You can give a detail to your local news relationship with Scott, or your in dreams relationship with Erik.
Okay, let me take a look here. And we have a lot of 3s. I'm in the wrong screen. There we go. Okay, I mean, come on. I gotta do this, everybody. It's Rabbit Hole Podcasts. I'm gonna take paranormal investigator and podcaster under local news. That's a number 3.
Awesome.
I have to, man. Come on.
Holy shit! Yeah, that's there, and that's a 3. So we'll remove a 3.
So, are you going to do the paranormal investigator or the podcaster then?
I could not be myself, and I could be the paranormal investigator, and you could be the podcaster. Whatever, we can decide later. It doesn't matter.
All right. So we're back to Scott. Scott, your relationship with me is still not defined.
No, it isn't. Let's see here. I think with us, there should be... fingers aren't working. Let's do number 1. Betrayals are always interesting.
Betrayal. All right.
Betrayal.
So we'll take the 1 off there, and we will put betrayal. All righty then. So I have the option at this point to either take a need location or object, or to give a detail to my relationship with Scott or Erik. So let's see, what are my options? We still have a lot of 3s, so what do 3s look like? Betrayal, blackmailer and victim, family, parent, and child. Let's go with blackmailer and victim. One of us is blackmailing the other, Scott.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
All right, it is your turn, Erik. You can take a need, location, or object, or you can define your family relationship with me, or your in dreams relationship with Jason.
I feel like this is too good to pass up. If you can pull up the family relationship.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to pick 5. It made us from the same old bones.
It made us from the same old bones. Whatever that means. I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah.
I think we're kind of leaning towards a more supernatural...
All right. So that's Erik. Jason, you can take a need, location, or object, or you can give a detail to your in dreams relationship with Erik.
Okay. And we have 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and a 6. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the I'm going to do the In Dreams.
Okay.
And I'm going to take the number 3, We Dreamed the Same Dream.
Dun, dun, dun.
Bum, 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 bum. Again, not sure what that entirely means.
We dreamed the same dream.
But it's evocative.
And it sounds cool when I say it.
And it sounds cool when you say it in a kind of whispered Christian Bale voice.
We dreamed the same dream.
So yeah, that sounds really cool. Scott.
Yes.
It's your turn. All the relationships have been defined and detailed. So now It's time to go to needs, locations, and objects.
Sounds good. Let's do... Let's take number 2, to build, under needs.
Under need, you need to build.
Yes.
You need to build something.
Correct.
All righty then. You have a need for speed. Locations and objects. What? And did I take that 2 off? Yes, I did.
You did.
All right. So we've got 3. We got some 4. We got some 4s there. We got 3s and 4s. What kind of objects do we have? We have dangerous objects.
Ooh.
What kind of locations we have? We have outside locations. Let's take a dangerous object. I'm sure if I pick a dangerous object, there's absolutely no way it can come back to bite us in the ass later. So I will take a 4, and I will pick a dangerous object. Erik, you can pick a need, a location, or an object. Keep in mind we've already got a need and an object on the board. I'm not saying you have to take a location, but we should have one of each.
Gotcha. Well, show me the locations, please, and thank you.
The locations are transport.
No, we can't pick that.
We can't pick transport. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have crime scenes, darkness, outside, between the cracks, and home comforts.
Looking. Scroll up, please. Going back and forth between 2 and 3. Let's take 3 in darkness.
Darkness. All right, Jason, it is your turn to pick a location, need, or object.
I'm going to pick an object.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, just not 1. I'm gonna pick. Sorry, 2, 3. Okay, everything but 1. I'm gonna do 5. I'm gonna do hidden.
You're gonna do a hidden object.
Yes.
All right, Scott, it is time to define. Here's a neat little thing that I want to point out, that I've decided to point out at this point instead of at any other point. You don't actually just have to, you're not limited to just defining your own things. You can define other people's too if you really want to.
I was going to ask that.
So Scott can either define his need to build, or he can define one of our other locations needs or locations or objects.
Okay, with that, let's see here. Yeah, I was going back and forth, but let's do. I'm just making sure we have the. Yep, we still have a. Let's define that in the locations: darkness and death on the stairs.
Darkness location. Darkness and death on the stairs.
Yes.
All right, and that is what? That is a.
That's a 3.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. I closed that out. So give me one moment. Give me one moment.
No problem.
How you doing at home, folks? Everyone good? How are you? Hi, Jumba. You're in the audience watching. Thank you for watching, everybody. I appreciate it.
All right. It is my turn. I have a 2, a 4, and a 6. Let's see what our options are. First of all, let's take a look at the dangerous objects.
Ooh, danger.
Box of old letters. Get better medicine. Valium harpoon. Okay, there's no way I can pass up a Valium harpoon.
Sounds like the sort of drink that you drink not for taste.
Okay, so we have a 2 and a 4. Erik, you can either define Scott's need or Jason's hidden. You can add a detail. Sorry, you can add a detail to Scott's need to build, or add a detail to Jason's hidden objects. And you've got a 2 and a 4.
Okay, can you just pull up the need first?
Okay, needs. Hi, I know my way around a document. Needs. He needs to build. He can build an addition to the house or a bridge that might take us truly home.
Man, talk about a swerve. I feel like I almost have a moral obligation to go for the swerve. So I'm going to use that 4, a bridge that might take us truly home. Possibly while riding the Valium harpoon.
It is a Saturday night, after all.
So Jason, it is time to define your hidden object. You get Benny, Jason. The final die in the setup is wild. It can be any number. You can pick any detail under hidden.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Let me see what I got here. Let's see. All right. Costume that should not be worn. The humorous in me wants to go with that. Partially completed to-do list, tragic confessional letter, doorway connecting physically, unconnected. Ooh. What's funny about 6 is I'm reading The Dark Tower and I just finished the drawing of the 3. So the doorway connecting to physically unconnected places is speaking to me, but I'm going to go the humorous route, and I'm going to do 3, costume that should not be worn.
And that concludes our setup.
Nice.
Other than that, we need names for our creations. Scott, do you have a name?
I do. My character's name is going to be Robert Villa.
Bob Villa? This old house?
Robert Villa, not Villa.
Villa. With two L's or one L?
With two L's.
Okay. I'm interestingly enough, do you see yourself as the blackmailer or the victim?
With me, most likely, probably a victim.
Okay, I'll be the blackmailer then. God, I'm blackmailing somebody, and I've got someone. It made us from the same old bones, and I've got a Valium harpoon. If I'm a Valium, my theory is that if I've got a Valium harpoon, I might have actually prescribed that Valium. So I'm gonna be a doctor.
Mm.
I'm gonna be
Okay.
Doctor. Let's you know what?
Oh.
Let's ask
God.
ChatGPT for a name here.
Oh boy.
And ChatGPT names my character Serena Hawthorne.
Okay.
So that's my name.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay, Eric, do you have a name?
I don't.
Do you want me to go and get you one from ChatGPT?
Well, I'm wondering, given our quote unquote family relationship, we don't even necessarily have to have the same name.
Oh, no, we don't. We probably don't.
So I'm imagining that I'm the sort who never did much because I'm too sensitive and generally just look out windows wistfully and probably don't go out in the daylight much.
Sure.
So that does not suggest a name at all. So let's go and, if you please, ask the almighty ChatGPT.
Name a sensitive character. Doesn't get
Who doesn't?
Name a sensitive character who doesn't get out much.
That
That
didn't
is
work.
not even remotely helpful.
Congratulations, you've been promoted to the good place.
Wait a
Yep.
minute. This is the bad place.
Yep, AI is totally going to take over the world, you guys.
Yep.
I'm worried. I
Can
am worried.
Can I veto that one? Because that one's a
Yeah.
little too...
Yeah.
I don't know. You look like an Eleanor to me.
I don't know if
Is
anyone...
this appropriate?
Yes. Although I'm feeling weirdly called out.
Silas Hearthwood.
Oh, I
Yes.
like it. I
Yes.
like it.
Silas.
Silas Hearthwood. Okay.
You're obviously from Oklahoma with that name.
Jason, do you have a name?
Yeah, I got a question for Scott. Scott,
Yes.
do you mind being the paranormal investigator?
Not at all.
Okay, then I am going to be podcaster extraordinaire Jason Soto from rabbitholepodcast.com.
Excellent.
He's going to die first.
Okay. Let's review here what we've got.
Okay.
We've got Scott playing a man named Robert Villa. He is driven to build a bridge that will take us truly home, whatever that means. He's being blackmailed by Dr. Serena Hawthorne, me. I have a Valium harpoon because why wouldn't I have a Valium harpoon? I'm a psychiatrist. I have a family relationship with Silas Hearthwood. Whatever the relationship is, it made us from the same old bones. Erik's location is a dark place on the stairs where death either has happened or will happen. He dreams the same dream with podcaster extraordinaire Jason Soto, who has a costume that should not be worn and probably has a costume that should not be worn in real life as well.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Lackey. Don't tempt me.
He is a podcaster. Scott is also a paranormal investigator. So that is our setup. Do we want to take a quick break?
Yes, I was going to
Act 1.
I was going to say yes. It was recommended we take a break before we actually start. So I'm going to do this just so I can do that screen. Okay, everybody at home, please sit tight. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. Give us about 5 minutes. And we will start with Act 1 of this wackiness called Back to the Old House. Stay tuned.
This is...
Okay, everybody, we are back, and we're going to start Act 1, so I will throw it off to Lackey.
All right, so to recap where we are, Scott is playing Robert Villa. Robert Villa is a paranormal investigator with a need to build a bridge that might take us truly home. He is being blackmailed by me, Dr. Serena Hawthorne, a psychiatrist with a Valium harpoon, and a weird relationship with a fellow by the name of Silas Hearthwood. Whatever that relationship it is, that is defined by the words "it made us from the same old bones." Silas has a dark location, a set of stairs on which either death occurred or will occur. He dreams the same dream with a podcaster named Jason Soto, played by Jason Soto. Jason Soto knows Scott somehow, and Jason also owns a costume that should not be worn.
This is all accurate.
So let's take a look at what is going to happen here. What's going to happen is that each of us is going to get 2 scenes. We're going to go again in the order of Scott first, then me, then Erik, then Jason. We're going to go around twice. What's going to happen is that each person is going to choose to either establish the scene, in which means that they will create the scene for themselves, or resolve the scene. Resolve means that the rest of the group will create a scene for them to act through. At the end of each scene, if you chose to, if the person who's got the focus chose to establish, the group will pick an outcome die for them. The outcome dice, we have 8 white dice and 8 black dice. White dice indicate a positive outcome. To say something positive happened for this character. Something negative happened if it is a black die. If you chose to, like I said, if you chose to establish, the group will pick an outcome die. They will pick a black or white die. If you chose to resolve, you will pick the color of the die. Finish the scene based on the color of that die. And after the scene is finished, give the outcome die to the player of your choice. In other words, we're going to start with Scott. Scott's going to say whether he wants to establish or resolve. We're going to go by that. At the end, if we established, if Scott chose to establish, we'll give him a die. If he chose to resolve, he'll pick a die. We'll finish the scene, and then he will give that die to somebody else. We'll go around and we'll do that twice.
Awesome.
So is that pretty clear?
I think so. I mean, I think
All
seeing
right.
it in action will definitely clarify.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll go through. You'll see it in action twice before we come to you. So it'll make more sense when we actually get to it. So we're going to start with Scott. Scott,
Okay.
would you like to establish or resolve a scene?
I will establish.
Okay. Tell
Okay.
us a story, Scott.
Okay, so our story opens with a dark, overcast sky, and we see, a large, sprawling 3-story mansion set against it. And then our camera pulls back, and we see the large, rundown grounds surrounding this mansion. Right, and it pulls back to the wrought iron gate that has the large name Hawthorne emblazoned over it in wrought iron metal. 4 people approach the house, slowly walk to the front, up the stairs, and pull the large door open leading into the interior of the house with a creak. And then we hear the voiceover. Hi, I'm Robert Villa. we're going to take a look around this house today. As always, we're going to see what we can find here, how we can rebuild it, and of course, what spirits are still dwelling here. As we walk in, and to our right, if you look down, open this door and look down these stairs to the basement, we can see the stairs that Natty Hawthorne fell down 110 years ago and broke her neck. And ever since then, her spirit's been haunting the house. Today, we've got our friend Jason helping us kind of catalog what's going on here on his podcast. But we're also lucky enough to have Dr. Serene Hawthorne, descendant of Natty, allowing us to be in this house and seeing what she can find out about her family history. In addition, there were on the second floor, there was going to be a hallway that bridged one part of the house to another. But the plans for that contract fell through. And because of that, we're going to work on completing that bridge that had originally been planned over 100 years ago. All this and more on this week's episode of This Old Haunted House. And then everybody else moves into frame. So, Serene, can you tell us a little bit about what you know about the house?
I don't know a whole lot about the house, to be honest. The woman who died at this was actually she's kind of like the black sheep of the family. We don't have a whole lot of information on what Scott. What was her name again? I'm sorry to break character. Natty.
Yes.
Natty was kind of the black sheep of the family. We don't really have a whole lot of information on her. We know that this house was built for her by her husband, whose name escapes me at the moment. Ezekiel Hawthorne. That was his name. But it's all very haunting of Hill House. She died died falling down the stairs, broke her neck the day that she moved into the house. So very, very tragic. But like I said, she was known to be very eccentric. She had an unreasoning fear of this house before she even entered it, and Ezekiel had to almost force her to come here. That is really all we know about Natty. The house has remained in the family. We've been renting it out to various people, but like I said, I'm sure that further information will be revealed in our researches.
Okay, you say you've been renting it out. Is this where the accounts of the incidents have been reported from? Could you go over a couple of these more prominent reports?
Well, people have reported hearing, it's all boilerplate haunting things that somebody might pick up from reading a Stephen King or Shirley Jackson novel. Your basic things. Inexplicable temperature changes in rooms. Hearing voices, seeing apparitions, particularly around the stairs. People in particular have had dreams about Natty Hawthorne. Natty Hawthorne particularly not wanting to enter the house. Natty Hawthorne's death. people have reported seeing a woman in a gown near the stairs or lying at the bottom of the stairs. People have heard, thumping noises and just, the other things that always, get mentioned when, haunted house lore, rooms change temperatures, breath starts misting, inexplicable knocks, stuff like that.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding that that you have a member of your family who has witnessed some of these. Silas, is that correct?
Oh, that's me.
Silas is... It's a complicated relationship. We're not strictly family.
Okay, but
I believe he has. If you want to tell Mr. Villa about your experiences.
Oh, it was so dreadful. I barely could finish my absinthe for the evening. See,
okay.
I had stayed here before, and it was so frightful. I lived in the attic. Wonderful view up there.
So when you were here, you lived in the attic.
Oh yes, it's very comfortable there.
Okay. And what in particular did you find unsettling about this?
Oh, everything.
Could you elaborate a bit more?
Well, it's just like Dr. Hawthorne said, the temperature changes, you'd hear odd noises or strange dreams. Really, it was mostly around those dreadful stairs that were to have claimed Natty's life. That's why I live in the attic. It's far away from those stairs.
But why be here at all, then?
Well, it's rent controlled.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. We will be checking in with you throughout the evening as we go about this as well, as we start looking into our renovation of this old haunted house. And I would be remiss, of course, if I did not go over to Jason here and get some of his thoughts and see if he has any questions for you. Jason?
Yes. Hi. I'm Jason Soto. I host a podcast on my podcast network called I Have a Weird One, and it's just a podcast where I share weird stories that happen all over the world. And somebody sent me an email from a one of those like make a fake email website places. So it was anonymous. I have no idea who it was who told me about the Hawthorne house and told me to contact Robert, it was. And after talking to Robert, he told me that he actually had access to the house. And I cannot think of a better thing to do than record an episode of my weird haunted podcast than at a supposedly haunted house. Supposedly. So that's my deal. I didn't know that the other people were coming, which is fine. But I'm glad a resident of the Hawthorne family is here. And Elias, nice to meet you.
Oh, my pleasure.
And yeah, hopefully this will be a good recording of the show, because let me tell you, this podcast needs help a lot. So if we can get an audience, that'd be wonderful.
Okay. Well, I think we've established what we're going to be looking into here, and shortly we'll go upstairs and take a look at that bridge. So stay tuned. Right after these commercial breaks, we will proceed to start looking at the foundations of this house, both spiritual and physically, so we can build on it. We'll be right back. And
all right. So do we think that this, I personally feel I want to get Erik and Jason's input on this. I think things are starting off fairly positive for Robert.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'd say so.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say that Scott is going to get a white die for this scene if Erik and Jason agree.
I agree.
I agree.
And Scott, who do you want to give this white die to?
I will give the white die to. Let's give this to Jason to start off with.
Okay.
It's
Jason,
looking good for his podcast too. So.
Jason, this is has the potential to bring at least 2 new listeners to the rabbit hole, the rabbit hole network. One of which may actually be from Australia. So you get a white die.
Okay.
And it is now my turn. It is time for Dr. Serena Hawthorne, and I will resolve.
Okay.
So you guys set up a scene for me, and I will play through it.
Maybe you try to get through your feelings of being in this house with someone who's supposedly somehow related to you.
Okay.
And then you got to deal with the fact that you got a lame podcaster and a paranormal investigator shoving microphones in your mouth, in your mouth and in your face, and just basically like, you know, you're very like on guard here at the start because you're anxious about being in this house, and you're meeting, you know, Elias for the first time, and then you got these 2 wackos with a microphone in front of you, and maybe you're not sure of your feelings yet. Maybe you don't know if this is a good thing, if it's a bad thing.
Okay. So the camera, you know, whoever's running the camera, is Robert running the camera? Is someone else running the camera? Do we have a dedicated camera person?
Robert is in front of the cameras often, so there would be another person running the camera typically.
Okay.
Whether that would be Jason or if we had an assistant who would just kind of tag behind us.
Well, I figured, Jason, you're probably doing this as an audio
yeah,
podcaster.
I'm independent.
So you're probably there with a recorder.
Right.
So what about your faithful camera person, Kendra?
Sounds good.
Okay, so Kendra, and I just wanted to know that because Kendra shuts the camera off and says, "Okay, that's we got a good intro here." To which Serena says, "Okay, if I'm going to have to get through this, I'm going to need a fucking drink," and heads out to the kitchen to see if there's anything in the pantry. She finds a bottle of single malt and pours herself a double shot of that and downs it. Jason, being the sensitive fellow that he is, he's attuned to other people's emotions. So she's kind of cute, so he follows her. So we're going to have a little bit of action with Jason. What do you want?
I'm sorry. Oh, you said okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you're concerned about me. You're concerned and possibly attracted to me.
Yes.
Depending on whether you think that's a good angle, and you know, if it's not, you can jettison it. But that's just what I'm thinking, and you're just basically kind of seeing if I'm okay.
Yeah. I got you. Okay, sorry. Hey, Serena?
Yeah.
Hi. I was just you seemed uneasy back there when Robert was doing his intro. You okay?
Your name's Jason, right?
Jason, yes, Jason. So.
And this is off the record, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not recording at the moment. No.
Okay. Let me tell you. Let me be completely blunt about this. This house is. There's not a whit of paranormal activity going on in this house.
Oh.
Silas is a kook. Silas is a complete kook. He was a friend of my older brother's.
Oh.
And my older brother was a kook.
Okay.
And they were best friends, and Silas had long had this weird, I'd almost call it a fixation on me. He used to throw this. I remember when I was a teenager, he sat me down and said, "It made us from the same old bones." I have no idea what the hell that means.
Oh.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
This Robert guy, I don't know. He wants to play X-Files or something. Right. He thinks he's Agent Mulder.
Yeah.
You know, I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in any of that shit.
Right.
I just want to be able to rent this house.
Okay.
Right. This big old house. My practice is, I mean, it's no secret that times are hard. You know, inflation's going through the roof. Yeah. Everything's more expensive, and I need a little bit more scratch, because my psychiatry practice is not making me the money I need.
Oh, psychiatry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I hear you.
So keep this between you and me, please, because I don't want. I want people to think this house is haunted, because that will bring people. I mean, people want to rent haunted houses. You know, like people want to stay in the house that Natty Hawthorne died in. They want to stay in the house that Ron DeFeo killed his family in. It's good for tourism, right?
Yeah.
It's good for that kind of thing. But it's all bullshit.
Okay. I see. Okay.
It's all bullshit. So just do what you need to do, but do me a favor and try to give this a little bit of a supernatural burnish if you can.
I'm gonna do what I can. I mean, typically, I'm not one of those skeezy podcasters who try to, go for the glitz and glamour and make shit up. Sure. I try to be honest with my listeners. I want them to trust me, because I got a few Patreon people who give me like a little bit of money every month, and I don't want to lie to them. I feel weird about it. So I'm just gonna report what I see. Now, with that said, I could embellish a little. I'm willing to go a little bit of an extra mile.
Sure,
if you will.
And if you could do that, Jason, if you could do that for me, and she pats you on the shoulder, I could make it worth your while.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, if I go through this and I say, oh, I saw the rocking chair move on its own, during my recording in this house. If I do that, would you be willing to, maybe have some dinner with me sometime?
I think that's a distinct possibility, Jason.
Excellent. Let me give you my card, because it's got my phone number and my email.
Sure, you do that.
And once we're out of this house, and give me a call or an email, whichever. And hey, you should listen to the episode and tell your friends about the episode too. RabbitHolePodcast.com. Tell them.
I will do that. I think I need to be alone for a second. So can you give me a little bit of privacy?
Yeah, I need to go find a room that I can set up and start my intro for my show. So remember, me and you, It's me and you. We're going to do this.
Sure.
All right. Don't tell nobody that I'm possibly going to be making stuff up.
I wouldn't dream of it.
All right.
All right. So, okay. So what I'll do, the last thing I'll do is I'll have another shot of scotch and then take out my burner phone. And there is one phone number in my burner phone. And it is Robert Villa's number. Robert Villa does not know who this message is going to come from, but he's been getting anonymous text messages. And I will shoot him a text asking him if he has arrived at the house yet.
And you just get one word response. Yes.
All right. I will send him a text back saying, remember our arrangement. And then she'll turn off the phone. She won't wait for a response. She'll turn off the phone, stick it in her purse, and that's scene. So because I resolved, I pick the die. And I will pick a white die because I think things seem to be going Serena's way. And I will take that white die because it is Act 1. I will take that white die and I will give it to Erik. So Erik, you have a white die. This is not going to be important at the moment, but it will come. It will prove to be important down the line. Okay. And I am giving on the play grid. I am giving Erik a white die, and that is my scene. So it is Erik's turn. Erik, would you like to establish the scene or resolve the scene?
I think I'm going to establish the scene.
Okay.
So with the group split up for the moment and looking for good shots, and having a person who has lived there, Silas is giving Robert the grand tour of the house.
Okay.
Possibly accompanied by camera person.
Okay, Kendra, you got a shot of this?
Oh, Robert. Bobby.
Yes?
Can I call you Bobby?
Bob. You want to call me Bobby?
I think it's a wonderful name.
Let's stick with
Robert.
Robert
it is. Would you like some opium?
Excuse me?
Oh, just to take the edge off.
What the hell do you think? Opium? I mean, what, do you think I'm going around shooting up Valium harpoons? I mean...
I have no idea what you're talking about, but...
No, I don't want any opium. Oh, my Lord.
Well, it's just polite to offer.
Okay, let's not... When the cameras are rolling, let's not have any talk about opium, okay?
Oh, fine.
Okay. So, Wizard of Oz, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the library.
Okay.
A wonderful library, don't you think? Some very old books.
Yes.
Sometimes I would go and read some of these books and imagine I was living from the time that these books were written.
1963. Okay.
Oh, not that book. That one my sister brought. Well, she's not really my sister. I just call her that because it's easier.
So what exactly is the deal with you two?
Well, it's complicated. I think that's what she told me to say. It's complicated.
Do you do everything she tells you to say?
Well, no. She told me that absinthe 3 times a day is no good for you, and I still do it.
Okay. At least it's only absent. At least that's, what's the word I'm looking for? Legal right now.
Yes, legal.
I'm sorry?
Everything happens here is very legal.
Good. Glad to hear that. Out of curiosity, how many times a day do you have experiences with perception-altering substances, shall we say?
Well, none. My perceptions are 100% accurate.
Okay. What did you want to show me here in this library?
Oh, it's a lovely library, don't you think? Sometimes the books do move and fall out of the shelves on their own. I usually take that as a sign that that's the book I should read next. Natty suggesting a book to read from beyond the grave. Isn't that so romantic?
Does this happen often?
Ooh, I'd say only about once a month. She's very polite. She waits till I finish the book before going on to the next.
Your sister?
No, the ghost. That's what you're here for, correct? I assumed you were not here for my sister.
Come on. Here for the ratings, man. We all know that ghosts don't exist, right?
Oh, yes, of course. But this one does.
That's the exact opposite of what we just agreed on.
Well, I really just was being polite.
Okay, sure. Show me, just make it sound good on camera when the cameras are lit. That's all I care.
Do you think this smoking jacket makes me look fat?
I think not wearing it makes you look thin. How about that?
Well, I'm not wearing anything under it. I mean, is that the kind of TV show you make? Oh, this is very exciting.
So, Silas, why don't you show me more of the house?
Oh, I'd love to. Up or down?
Let's go up. Let's see this bridge that we need to rebuild from the one crenellated tower to the other.
Oh, certainly. Mind your step.
Okay.
Especially that one. It's very loose. I usually skip over it.
What is this made of, anyhow? I mean, that's not... If that's wood, that's rotted as hell.
Seems fine to me.
But you step over it. You just said that.
Well, yes. I mean...
Well, then if you're stepping over it, it's obviously not fine in your mind.
Well, I can get up to the top of the stairs.
Yes, but safely?
Well, we're here now, aren't we?
Moving on.
You seem very stressed. Are you okay? Would you like a drink?
Oh, I'll be having plenty later. Don't you worry about that.
So you'll have to excuse me. I got the notice of this this meeting, this television show. So suddenly, I didn't have much time to tidy up.
Yeah, we did spring it on you pretty quickly. Sorry about that.
No, it's quite all right.
I was kind of put in a position by someone that I had to get people in quick.
Oh dear. Is this sweeps week?
No, nothing like that.
Well, you seem to be very, very focused on the bridge, so I will give you the abbreviated tour and go right to it.
Okay.
Here it is. As you can see, it's not much to look at, probably because they barely started on it.
Why was it not completed? Of course, except for Natty's death. Is there any other reason?
Well, I believe it was actually due to money. I believe that that her husband. Well, I've heard it told that he loved his wife so much the bridge was to reach her.
But it just reaches to the other side of the house. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's not. You're thinking too linearly. It's not just a physical bridge. It's a metaphysical bridge as well.
Right. Okay. So I'm physically building a metaphysical bridge. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, no. I mean, well, that's up to you, I suppose, if you want to complete it correctly. Which is to say, it was not merely a bridge of just, lumber and stone. There were esoteric ingredients involved, and that's what ultimately ran him out of money.
What do you mean by esoteric ingredients?
Well, I'm no expert, but, things of an occult nature. Rare ingredients, rare metals and crystals and herbs. Things of that nature.
I was thinking, 2x4s, maybe oak.
I mean, I, of course, have no opinion on it. It is not, I am merely a renter. But I'm not certain that would be completing the bridge to its original specifications.
Okay. So, with this bridge, this door just goes to nowhere then, or is there a little bit of the bridge built? Do we know?
Oh, it just the very beginnings of it. So yes, the door does. You can open it, as you can see. It just goes out to a lovely view, I suppose. Good way to get airflow in here, but no bridge.
5 feet of scaffolding and nothing. Okay.
You probably wouldn't want to trust that scaffolding. It's the original.
Yeah, I didn't plan on going out onto it. All righty. Now we've got our work cut out for us, it looks like. Should we check out anywhere else in the house?
Well, if you're keen on evidence of the spirit within, which you seem less so, but that would require visiting the scene of the accident.
Well, why don't we gather the whole crew so we can go down there and take a look? Because that way Jason can record his podcast, and we can get everything on camera, and then we can get your commentary as well as your complicated relationship commentary as well.
If you'd like.
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea.
Well, then, in that case, if we're going to be all together on camera like that, let me change into something a little more suitable.
Oh, okay.
And if you'll excuse me, as you said, this is not that kind of show, and I doubt you'd like to watch.
Right. I head down the stairs, carefully avoiding that one rotting stair.
I think end scene.
All right. How do we think that scene went for Silas? Do we want to give him a white die or a black die? He's coming off as a real kook with some pretty seriously detrimental habits. But on the other hand, he does seem to have a compelling story to tell Robert.
Yeah,
So
I say
do
white.
you think this is a white die?
I think it's white.
Erik, do you agree, Scott?
Sure. That sounds good.
Erik, we are giving you a white die. Who do you choose to give it to?
Okay, and so far I have a white die and you have a white die. Is that right?
I have a white die.
You have a white die, Erik has a white die, and Jason has a white die.
I'm going to give it to Scott.
Scott,
Okay.
you have a white die.
Excellent.
I understand we don't have to even it out. I'm just choosing to do so.
Fair enough. All right, so going into Jason's turn, we have a white die for Scott, a white die for Jason, and a white die for Erik. Things are going pretty positively at this point, which means that things are going to start. Some
Taking a
detrimental
sharp
things are going
turn.
to start. Things will take a sharp turn at some point, but right now everything's coming up roses for our little group. It is Jason's turn. Jason, would you like to establish or resolve?
I am going to establish, please.
Go ahead.
All right. So after Jason leaves the kitchen with Serena, he goes to the front hall and he gathers his things. He's got a backpack. The backpack has a laptop, a very expensive laptop, $1,500. Everyone, we don't fuck around when it comes to podcasting. All right, only the best. And then with me is my $129 Yeti microphone. Again, only the best. Podcasting. I'm serious about this shit. And then there's a little light brown suitcase. It's small. It would fit on a carry-on on an airplane. It would go in the overhead bin. It's that size. It's small, but the suitcase itself looks like it's from like 1975. It's really old. And it's got the zipper going around it, and where the two zippers meet in the center by the handle, there's a tiny lock that's on it, and the lock is locked. And Jason grabs this little suitcase along with his book pack that he slings over his backpack, and then he kind of looks around for a minute, and he's contemplating, and he decides to head upstairs. Oddly enough, he doesn't know about the step, but nothing happens. And he starts looking at the rooms that are upstairs, and he finds a bedroom that he likes. It sounds good. The sound. He goes into a room. He talks loudly, and the acoustics are good. There's a lot of it's an old bedroom with a lot of knickknacks and pictures, and there's all kinds of stuff just all over, so it's pretty good sound wise. And he decides to establish in here where he's going to begin the intro for his podcast. I have a weird one, and so he finds a table. He goes to the desk actually that's over by the wall. He sets up his laptop. He plugs it in, puts the mic in. He powers it up. He brings up the Word document with the information, the script that he's going to be reading from when he does the show. And then he gets a message on his phone. And it's from fellow podcaster Lisa Sally Haynes, who I put, Jason put in charge of the podcasting network while he's on this little excursion. And she just says, "Hey, how's the trip going?" Jason sends a text. It's okay. There's a very cute girl here. Possibly gonna go out, maybe have dinner with her, and who knows? I can't tell. She seems very friendly, if you get what I'm saying. Lisa does a laugh react to this, and then but I'm a little worried about this guy Salis. I never really knew how to say the guy's name, and he's a little interesting. And then there's Bob, or Robert. He insists on being called Robert. I asked him on the car ride, "Is it okay if I call you Bob?" And he was like, "No, Robert." Lisa laugh reacts to this. And then just as I'm sending another message, I hear footsteps in the hallway. And I peek out the door, and I see Robert and Celias walking in the hallway, having the conversation. And Jason dips back in, and he ponders for a second, and he's looking at the script, and he's like, "Which one of these people sent me this email? I don't know who it was, and why. How did they find me?" So many questions going through my mind. So I pop my head back out. And I say, "Hey, Robert." I'm calling out to Robert. "Hey, when you get a second, Robert, can you come in here for a minute?"
Sure. I walk over.
And I let Robert into the room. And Robert, thanks for coming really quick.
Sure.
So I just kind of want to go over the podcast a little bit here. So. Typically, okay. I do this by myself, typically. But since this is like a special episode, I thought I should do some interviews. Okay. And I thought maybe I'll do some one-on-one interviews first. Okay. So I'm going to eventually interview everyone individually. I thought I'd start with you, because this was kind of your idea to come to this place to do this. And
well, in a matter of speaking.
Oh, Jason.
Let's just say it was suggested to me by someone.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, man, I'm just here for the ride. I'm just here to do the podcast. Whatever you got going on, man, it's cool. Hopefully, everything's cool, man.
Oh yeah.
So okay, so let me sorry, I've never had a guest on the show before, so I'm trying to figure out how to start this. So, we're going to do the intro to the podcast, and okay. I'm going to explain what's going on. We're going to interview you about what's going on and why you're here, and we'll kind of go from there. We'll keep the interview about 10 minutes. I want to make each person about maybe 5-10 minutes. I don't want to go too long. And then I'm thinking I can walk around the house and just talk into my I have a little recorder that I have on me, and I'll just talk into that and speak about what I see. Do you have any questions for me about the show?
No, but if you're going to walk around the house, be aware that on the top floor there is a door that when you open it only leads to about 5 feet of rotted scaffolding. Oh. So you do not want to go on that if you value your life. And if you go up there, be careful on the stairs on the way up, too. There's rotted stairs on there, too.
Oh, really? Because I came up with no problem.
So, well, just so you know.
Okay. Question before we begin. Kind of off the record a little bit here.
Sure.
Do you think this is bullshit?
Off the record?
Off the record. I'm not. You can see I'm not recording anything. My tape recorder's off. Off the record.
Of course, it's bullshit.
Okay. So why So why do you think Celias?
Have you talked to that guy?
No.
Seriously?
I just in the car on the car ride here, but he was oddly quiet. He kept looking out the window.
The guy is stoned off his ass. He's done more psychedelics in one day than most, countries have done in a year. I mean,
okay.
He's nuts.
Do you think he has any weed?
Any? Most of the supply of this town, yes. Any, no.
Okay, all right, because I mean, I don't do anything harder than weed, and I'm a little anxious, so, maybe I wouldn't mind something to kind of calm me down.
He just offered me opium. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I'm not doing opium, man. No, fuck that. I mean, that's what, Scott Weiland OD'd on, man. Okay, I'm not going to do that shit. All right? Weed is about as hard of a drug as I'm willing to go, so.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying this guy is not all there, and I think with the amount of substances he's on, he's seeing things that aren't there. So
I see.
I take anything he says with an entire canister of salt.
Gotcha. Okay. And then, how well do you know Serena?
Not that well. I wouldn't necessarily trust Serena. We've had conversations in the past, and things don't always line up to the way she perceives them, shall we say.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, I take her with a little salt too, but not as much as Silas.
I think the most important question that I have about Serena is she dating anybody?
I have no clue. I haven't, before tonight, I haven't seen her in probably 10 years. We set this whole thing up via email a couple weeks ago. She kind of contacted me out of the blue to do this piece. So.
I see. Okay. So that's all that I say to Robert. I go to my computer. I bring it up. I bring up my script. I hit record on the recorder, and I do an intro that's similar to the intro we just had. The intro that Robert had to his show. I change a few things up to fit my audience, of course. And then I get to the interview, and I get to the first question, and I realize that the questions that I had written in the Word document are gone. And what the fuck? Where are my questions? Robert, I'm so sorry. I had a list of questions here. They're all gone. I don't know. I know I saved them. I knew they were on this computer, but they're gone.
Okay, do we want to do this off the cuff then, or do we just wait and record this a little bit later?
Do you mind? Yeah. Do you mind if we just do it later? Because I had some good questions. I might have to do maybe it's a backup. I can maybe find them somewhere. Maybe it was an old save file. I don't know. Let me see if I can find them first, and if I can't, we can just do it off the cuff. But I had some fucking good questions, man. It was about your life and how you got into the paranormal thing. It was oh man, I was so proud of myself. They're just gone. I don't know, man. All right, well, I won't keep you for now. If you need to go back, do what you need to do, set your stuff up. You need me for your show, right? You were going to interview me on your show?
Right. We're going to have you since you're the expert with the podcasting and the sounds, we're going to give you some EVP equipment and see if you can catch some voices.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, I've always wanted to do that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm down. All right, man. Okay. I won't keep you, man. Thank you. I'll let you know if I find the questions or if we just do it off the cuff. So,
and of course we know you're not going to find them, but make it possible.
I'll do what I can. So,
okay.
So Robert's going to leave the room, and I look at the computer, and I'm all pissed off, and I'm just like what the fuck? And then I get a message from Lisa, and she says, she starts to say, good luck, but it only comes out as goo before my phone just stops working. And I look at it questioningly. End of scene.
All right, so I think that's a negative outcome for Jason. Does anybody disagree?
I'd say negative.
Erik?
I think so, too.
All right, so I'm thinking, Jason, you will get a black die.
Okay.
And we will put it here with your dice. And actually, we will not put it here with your dice. You have to give it to somebody. Who
I
do. You
do.
I'm going to give this black die to?
I'm going to give it to Erik.
Erik,
I'm special.
You now have a black die and a white die.
Uh-oh.
And, all right, so we have gone around the table once. Do we want to take a quick break, does anybody want to get like a glass of water or something to
if we
quick snack?
can. If we can, just so I can hit the head.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take another about maybe 5-minute break, and we'll be back with the second half of Act 1. Stay tuned, everybody.
Awesome.
Okay.
Ruby.
Be back shortly.
All right, are we back?
We are back. Go ahead, Lackey.
Okay, so we are proceeding on. We've already done one trip around the play grid. It is Scott's turn again. Scott, do you choose to establish or resolve?
Let's resolve this time.
All right. Does anybody have anything does anybody have a situation for Scott?
Maybe it could be after he leaves my room and he starts heading downstairs to get his show set up. And maybe we can get a little bit more of the dynamic between Robert and Serena.
All right. So Robert's coming down the stairs, and Serena's coming out of the kitchen. So and Serena looks over at you, at Robert. So what's your read on what's going on?
My read?
Yeah.
What do you mean, what's my read?
What do you think's going on? What do you what's your opinion? Do you think this house is haunted? Do you think it's all bullshit? What do you think?
Come on, Serena. I mean, I know we haven't talked for a while, but you've known how I felt about these things for years. Of course it's not freaking haunted. Hauntings don't exist. Spirits don't exist.
I'll be blunt with you. I never had much of a relationship with this house. We never spent any time at this house. It was always
I didn't even know you had this house until you emailed me about it about 2 weeks ago.
Well, it's always
mentioned it, but
it's always been kind of like it's always been swept under the rug, right? We were always kind of like a little bit embarrassed of it, and a lot of it was.
Well, that's your family for sure.
Well, number one, a lot of that it's my family, but a lot of it is you know who living here, and we have a and we have a we my brother. I firmly believe my brother would not have killed himself if he had never met Silas. Silas Hearthstone.
Then why the hell do you even still maintain contact with Silas? I don't get that.
Because he's willing to live in the house and we need the money. And
it's good to know. It's good to know that you'll put money over principle.
Look, times are hard for everybody, right?
They
Inflation's through the roof. Everybody wants a tip. You got to tip this person. You got to tip that person. When I was a kid, tips were 15%. Now they're 25%. A new real estate developer bought my practice's office building. They're raising rent through the roof. I can't, as neurotic as everybody is in these times. Thank you, Donald Trump. It's I'm having a hard time making ends meet with my practice. So
aren't we all? But you're talking about somebody who you think maybe not directly, but killed your brother. In that case,
I wouldn't say Silas killed my brother. I would say Silas put ideas in his head. Silas has ideas, bones. Oh, they made us from the same old bones. Made you and me from the same old bones, Serena. They made you and me from the same old bones, Matthew. It's I want to kick the guy out. Right? He's a fucking weirdo. But this house needs to have a reputation for being haunted.
Yes, I'm helping you with this reputation for the house being haunted.
And Robert, how long have we known each other?
Long time.
Okay. You know that I would never, that I do not want to give those photographs that I have to your family.
Okay, you don't need to bring that up.
Robert, I've got your best interest at heart. This is good for all of us. This is good for everybody. This is good for you. It'll give your show, you'll get better ratings. It's good for me.
I don't even want to be doing this damn show. The only reason I'm doing this damn thing is because, don't worry about it.
Maybe, and I don't know, maybe you can get some power here that you can leverage into doing what you really want to do. Okay, it's good for me. We can kick Looney Tunes out and get some people that'll pay more. It's good for the kid, Jackson, whatever his name is. You know, I call him a kid. He comes off as a kid to me. I don't know. He might be 40 for all I know. The podcast guy.
Why did
always
you
looking
want
at his phone.
Why did you want a podcast along on this anyhow?
Reach.
You think you're going to reach it? Okay.
Do I think I'm going to reach a lot of people? No. But do I have the potential to reach the right people? Maybe. And you know, Jason, if this pans out in Jason's favor, Jason can get a lot of impressions from this. Do you know what else Jason does? Jason has a fucking podcast where he and a friend of his challenge each other with fucking music. Oh my God, have you ever heard of Donald Glover? That type of shit. I mean, the guy needs all the help he can get. I'm just saying, and maybe we can even prove to somebody that Silas has got toys in the attic and get him to a situation where he can get the help that he can need. At the very least, to get into detox.
Yeah. He definitely needs to get into detox.
Because that boy is on drugs, and I do not mean aspirin.
Yeah. When we're done with this, I want those photos. I want them burned.
When we're done with this, I'll give you the photos, I'll give you the negatives. And you can do whatever you want. You can have everything back. But right now, Robert, I need you to do this for me.
Yeah. I'm not happy about this. Okay.
I can't blame you, and I can't. I swear on my brother's grave, Robert. I would not be doing this if I felt I had any other option.
Because you know what? As much as you say that Silas is a kook, and God knows he is, he believes this shit.
I know he believes this shit.
I spent a little bit of time talking with him. He believes the house is haunted. He believes. And one more thing, I would, even though we have to deal with him for this, I'd keep my distance from him a little bit too, because if he apparently is a walking pharmaceutical. So.
You think?
Yeah, cops come in or something. I don't want to get fucking,
He drinks absinthe, for crying out loud. Who the fuck drinks absinthe? In the year of our Lord 2002, 2023, who the fuck still drinks absinthe?
I do.
The boy would drink laudanum if he could.
Just the point is, I don't want to get mixed up in that if something happens and it goes down with him.
I have some pull. If shit does go down like that, I promise you will not. Your name will not be in the paper. You will not have your reputation sullied with that. Believe me, I'm not going to have that either.
Okay, what's the next play?
I'm still thinking, but
some point
maybe
we got to look at those.
We got to look at the what's your impression? What can be done with that bridge in back?
We're going to need a whole construction crew up there. That we at the very least we have to redo the scaffolding. That stuff's all rotted through. It's been up there for forever and a day. Anybody goes out on there, it's going to break out from under them.
Yeah, no,
but
believe
personally,
me.
I don't understand why you would do a bridge from a crenellated parapet to another one, but
because Ezekiel Hawthorne
is an idiot. Was an idiot.
Preaching to the choir. He was an idiot. He had some really
It's going to make the house look weird, for one thing. You want to talk about resale value? It's going to drop it.
The rumors in the family.
What did he call it? In his writings, what did he call it? The bridge to heaven?
The bridge to the real home. The bridge to the true home.
Bridge to the true home. Okay. It was something like that. I know that.
Ezekiel had some really goofy ideas and was really into some strange shit, right? Are you going to know what I mean if I were to tell you that Ezekiel was in contact with like William Butler Yeats and Arthur Machen? Do you know what I'm getting at here?
Yeah.
He was into the occult. He was into the occult. He was into the
esoteric. Everybody in the 1890s was into that spiritualism shit. They had nothing else to do.
I 100% agree, but he really believed it. And the rumors in the family were always that he had built this or had this house built by somebody who was designed by somebody who was personal architect to somebody in the Hermetic order of my butt. And there's occult specifications and esoteric specifications and God knows what.
Is that what they have us rebuilding here? Seriously?
I think so.
Oh
Again,
God.
It's all bullshit. It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense of the highest order.
Yeah, but no, I get that. But are we actually following these diagrams? Seriously?
You want to cut a few corners. You want to make things, or go in the other direction. You want to go in a little less esoteric direction. I don't mind. Make it safe. Make it safe. We're going to keep this house in the family. I don't want anybody actually getting killed in it. Right?
Okay.
Lawsuits up the wazoo is what that means, and I can't handle that at this point.
Understood.
But if you could play up at least some of those aspects, even if you're saying one thing and doing something a little different,
okay.
I would really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, I'll look at his old transcript, see what I can cannibalize to make it odd but safe.
Yeah, odd but safe. That's good.
Yeah. Don't know what else to do there. Oh, this is going to be... Okay.
Anyway, I got to make a call. Are you good?
For right now, I guess. But I'm
right.
serious. And this is done. Photos. Negatives. Then we're done.
You'll get everything. I promise you.
Better. I know you have pull. I have a little pull, too, that I'd rather not use.
You're a wonderful human being, Robert.
Not what my ex-wife said.
Robert's coming down the stairs. I'll head up the stairs.
Okay.
Is that scene? Do you have anything else you want to cover in this scene?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. So what's our read on Robert's situation as of this scene? Erik, Jason, what are your ideas?
My feeling is negative.
Yeah, I was feeling that same way. It's not going too well for Robert.
I agree completely. I think Robert's under the gun here. Serena's definitely got something on him.
Mm-hmm.
So, Scott, we are going to give you a black die. Who do you give it to?
I'm going to give that one to you, Dan.
I get a black die.
You get a black die.
I get my first die, and it is black as my money-grubbing soul. All right, so that is Scott's turn. And now it is my turn. And it's my turn, and I am going to establish.
Okay.
Serena is on her way up to the second floor, and she's going to pick out she's got her suitcase with her, and she's got her backpack, and she's going to find a room to set up in, and make a home out of. So she's going to pick a bedroom, and so the first thing she's going to do, she's going to stick her suitcase up on the bed, and her suitcase is surprisingly devoid. There are some outfits in there. There are some clothing, but the main thing that's in here is a piecemeal weapon of some sort that she assembles into a harpoon, which she puts under the bed. She never would have made it. She did not fly here. She drove. This never would have made it through security. She takes a vial, like not a vial, but like a little bottle of Valium out from her her thing, and from her bag, and puts that under the bed. Closes the suitcase, puts it on a stand next to the bed. Goes into her backpack and brings out her laptop. She'll log into her laptop and log into Facebook under a fake name of Maya Anderson. And she's going to open up a chat with Jason Soto over Facebook. So Jason is on his laptop when he gets a message from Maya Anderson. Maya is someone who has recently joined the Rabbit Hole Podcasts Facebook group, and is the person that suggested to you that you look into the old Hawthorne house.
Oh, hey.
So Maya Anderson is going to message you on Facebook. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. Sister's being a bit of a bitch.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My sister's pretty cool, but I've heard sometimes sisters don't get along for whatever reason.
Been listening to Musically Ignorant.
Oh, really? What do you think of it?
You have some interesting musical tastes.
Oh, well, thank you. The whole thing is I pick pop music, popular stuff that's, out there, and it's, but, I try to also think outside the box a little with my picks, because I don't want to just do, Pitbull or whatever.
I think Lackey's a little weird, though.
No, Lackey's a cool guy.
What about the house?
Oh, yeah. It's really big. It's bigger than I imagined. I was picturing like a little family size 2-story. This is like a mansion size 2-story. There might even be 3. I don't know. I haven't really got to explore it yet. I'm hoping I get to explore it sometime.
Do you think it's haunted?
You know what? I'm gonna find out. Because at the moment, I don't know.
I don't think I told you this, but
gosh,
my aunt
man, she's
knew the house.
Okay, wow.
It's a bit of a complicated relationship. She dated a guy named Matthew.
Okay.
Whose family owned the house.
Matthew. All right.
And he killed himself. Something to do with something he saw at the house.
He killed himself in this house?
No, but it was because of something that happened to him at the house.
Oh. Interesting. So
At this point, there's something happens at the house. Everybody kind of sees this wherever they are. So this also affects Robert and Silas. There is a sort of power surge where the lights get really bright for a second, maybe even one pops, and then dim again.
What the hell was that?
What was what? Serena also looks around. They got to rewire. We got to rewire. I got to talk to Robert about getting this whole place rewired.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I typed that. There was like a power surge in my room. I don't know if it was in the whole house or just this room.
Do you know if ghosts can do things like that, or if they're said to?
I will have to ask my ghost expert that I have staffed on Rabbit Hole Podcasts and see what they say. I think so from what little that I just know off the top of my head right now. But it's possible.
Okay, I gotta go do some chores.
Okay.
I will talk to you later.
Thanks for checking out rabbitholepodcast.com. To tell your friends.
I will. Take care.
You too.
Serena ends the chat, logs out of Facebook, logs out of the fake account, closes the laptop, goes back into her suitcase and gets out a bottle. Sticks it in her backpack. Thinks about it for a second. Then heads out into the hallway. Looks around the hallway. Nobody's out in the hallway. Walks slowly over to the room where she thinks Silas is staying. Knocks on the door. Nobody answers, so she doesn't believe Silas is in there. She opens the door very slowly, sneaks in, takes the bottle, which is a bottle of laudanum, puts it on the nightstand next to the bed, sneaks back out of the room, closes the door very quietly, and scene. So how do we think that scene went for me?
That's a tough one.
Yeah. I would say in Serena's eyes, it's probably going good.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Serena's got a pretty positive view of what's going on, but she's also got a lot of plates in the air.
Yeah.
That could, if something gets revealed, it could all go very badly for her.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but it hasn't yet.
But for right now,
I would say white.
I gotta ask you. I gotta have you guys decide. I can't influence.
I'm gonna vote white.
Yeah, I think it went well for Serena.
White die.
All right, I get a white die, and I am going to give this white die. I'm going to give it to Jason. Jason, you have another white die.
Okay.
So things are coming up Soto. Things are coming up rabbit hole.
Okay. Finally.
All right. So where we are in terms of dice is Scott has one white. I have one black. Erik has a black and a white. And Jason has two white. So that's where things go into the second half of, or the final quarter of Act 1, where we now go to Erik. We go to Silas. Erik, do you choose to establish or resolve?
I'm going to resolve a scene.
All right. Erik, Silas is in the library right now. Silas in the library. It's a good Doctor Who episode. Reading the book that he believes that Natty wants to him to read. And Jason enters. Jason is ready to Jason may be ready to interview you.
Hey.
So why don't you guys start?
Silas?
Oh, Silas, please.
Yeah, Silas. I'm sorry, man. I'm really terrible with pronunciation of things, which I know as a podcaster is ironic, but sometimes.
Oh, I'm not offended. Just don't call me late to dinner.
Okay, late to dinner. First off, thank you for agreeing to do my show. I look forward to talking to you and getting some knowledge, what you may know about this house, the history of it, and what you may know. Have you ever done a podcast before?
Oh no, nothing of the sort.
Oh, okay. It's very simple. Basically, we're gonna set up. I'm gonna probably set up at that table over there. Get the microphone set up. I'm gonna ask you some questions. You just answer them. Be truthful. Be yourself. You don't have to worry about putting on like a fake front or anything. Just please be your natural self. And
of course,
I think the listeners are gonna very much enjoy you as a person.
Would you like a drink before we start?
Yeah, what do you got? Actually, yeah, absolutely.
Well, we've got a very well stocked bar.
I will take I'll take a little bit of the whiskey.
Oh, of course. And Silas will go and expertly pour a drink for the both of them. Would you like it neat?
Yes.
Walks back over with 2 glasses. Appears to have been chosen the same beverage and places one in front of you.
Thank you.
Jason.
Thank you. Jason takes a sip and looks at him and is like, oh man, this is pretty good. Jason does not drink whiskey, nor does he know the differences between whiskeys or what's a good whiskey and a bad whiskey. But he's gonna pretend just for this to be like, yeah, this is probably the best whiskey I have had in a while. Man, this must have been a good year for this whiskey, huh? I'm guessing this was a good time, a good year for this whiskey.
Oh, well, only the best for our guests.
Yes, thank you. So as I'm setting up here, can I ask you some off the record questions? I'm not recording nothing or anything, just a couple of things that's been kind of on my mind.
Oh, of course.
How well do you know Serena?
Oh, I've known her for years.
You really?
The family and everything.
Okay.
More her brother, but sadly he's no longer with us.
Yes, I caught that on the way here. Yes. Do you know if she's dating anyone?
I'm sorry, I didn't expect that question. I don't pry into her personal life. I don't believe so.
Okay, because I think she's into me, and I'm kind of into her. She's really cute.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I just want to make sure she's not, like, married or dating someone. Cause
oh no, she's definitely not married.
I was in that situation a couple of relationships back, and it wasn't fun, to say the least. Being the secret guy in a relationship, it puts a mental strain on you. So I try to avoid that at all costs.
That sounds unpleasant to me.
Sorry, I'm getting too personal. I'm just, this computer's been acting kind of weird. Do you know anything about computers?
Oh, those things? No, I'm not a computer person at all.
Because I had an interview set up with Robert, and I had them written in my Word document, and the document seems to be half missing. So I was trying to see if I could figure out how to maybe like extract them like from deep within the hard drive or something. I don't know. But I'm going to bring up the questions that I had for you, and we can get started here in a few minutes.
Of course.
Oh, you know what? Something feels familiar. I'm getting like a weird deja vu. You ever get deja vu?
All the time.
You know what? I think it was a dream I had. I think I had this dream one time where I was in a big old house with some people I didn't really know. And
a house much like this one?
Yeah, similar. And it was 3 people. I can't remember their faces right now, but it was 3 other people. I didn't know them very well. And then something bad happened. Like, it started out like very mundane. It was like a very boring, mundane dream. I'm just in his house doing regular stuff, right? But then like eventually I remember there was like a lot of bright lights, and then somebody was going down some stairs. I think they were going head first down the stairs. I remember a door opening to like the outside, but the outside wasn't the outside. Does that make sense?
Well, from a dream perspective, it makes sense. I mean, of course, not in real life, but
yeah.
As a dream, of course, it makes sense.
I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to be doing this all. You probably don't give.
I find that you've had this dream. I find that very interesting.
Oh, do you? Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry. I'm blathering here. I'm a little nervous. When I get nervous, I tend to just overshare. I'm sorry.
Please be at ease.
Do you have any questions?
You're not afraid the ghost is going to get you, are you?
No, I most definitely am not afraid of the ghost. Ain't afraid of no ghost. Like that movie?
Yes, of course.
Anyway, do you have any questions about how to do the show or anything before I hit record on this?
I assume it would be much like any sort of interview. You'll ask me questions, and I'm to answer to my best of my ability.
Okay, yeah. And if, it's not live, so, if you need to pause for a minute or you need to stop or whatever, please, by all means, just tell me, and we'll get going, all right?
Of course.
Okay, so let me open up my document. Where is it?
You can't find it.
Where? What? Okay. I'm sorry. This has never happened before. I'm usually more professional than this. I cannot find the document at all with my interview questions for you. I wrote them on the way here, on the plane here. But they're gone. I know I saved. I know I hit save. God damn it. I know I hit save. Shit.
Oh dear.
I'm so sorry. Can we do this like a little bit later tonight? Maybe I'm gonna see. I need to work on this computer and see if all these. I'm gonna have to check my other files because I had questions for Serena. Those might be gone. I need to just kind of work on this computer and see if they're just like hidden in the laptop somewhere.
I see. Well, that's disappointing, but not your fault, of course.
You know what? Talking about that dream earlier, you look like one of the guys that was in the dream.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, that's weird. And
Have
we met before?
Oh, no.
Because there's this thing that I've read, on the internet, so of course it's true, that you only dream of people that you've actually met, because the human mind is incapable of making up facial features. So in your dreams, when you see people you don't know, they're actually people that you've seen walking by, in your everyday life, or you've met like for a second, and you don't realize it, but your subconscious picks up on that. But if we've never met before, how were you in my dream?
That would be very unusual. I almost never leave the house. That when I met the first of you all, you, Robert, and of course dear Serena, that was the first time I've left the house in weeks.
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right. Well, it doesn't matter. So anyway, I'm gonna work on this computer. Is it okay if I stay here and work on this computer in the library?
Of course. A few things bother me, but I was thinking this is, a little unorthodox, but perhaps you might answer a question for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what's up?
Jason, do you believe this place is haunted?
Jason stops, thinks for a minute, thinks about Serena, thinks about how hot she is, thinks about the agreement they made, and looks at Elias in the eyes and says, "Yes, I do believe that this place is haunted."
I see, because a lot of people would say that's absurd. There's no signs, and that the human mind is good at making up what it wants to believe.
Right.
That very normal phenomenon is seen as abnormal.
Well, as a host of a podcast that covers the unexplained, it would do me no good to not believe in ghosts.
Well, then I hope you can recover your questions, of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to work on this. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh no, I'm as I've mentioned before, I rarely go out, so I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Does that seem to be a good place to cut the scene?
Yeah, and I would say end scene.
Okay. I've been doing a couple of these things wrong. When you have it resolved, you pick the die.
Oh.
You pick the die. So do you think this went well, or did you think this went poorly for Silas?
I actually think it went well, despite it on the surface not appearing to do so. I believe it actually went well.
Okay. So would you like a white die?
Yes.
Who do you give the white die to? To recap, Scott has a white die, I have a black die, you have a white and a black, Jason has 2 white.
Dan, I'll give it to you.
I have a black and a white die.
Everyone deserves a white die.
We don't have to balance everything out, but
I am choosing to do so with my own free will.
That is fair. All right, and finally we go to Jason.
Yes.
Jason, would you like to establish or resolve?
I'm going to establish.
Okay.
We're going to pick up kind of like right after that. Elias is left, and now I'm alone in the library, and I'm looking at this laptop. I'm just frustrated. Jason, whatever, is frustrated, and cannot for life life of me figure out what is going on. Where are these documents? Why is my documents getting missing? Some I'm looking through everything. I'm gonna look up on Google, and I realize I'm not connected to no Wi-Fi, and I have to stop and think: would this house have Wi-Fi? Probably not. No. So I'm gonna grab my phone. I'm gonna look up, how to recover documents from a computer. And as this is happening, Robert's gonna come into the library, and I look up and I see Robert, and I say, Robert, hey, do you know how to? First off, does this house have Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi? Surprised this house has electricity.
Okay. I thought that was a dumb question. Secondly, do you know how to extract data deep in a hard drive? Is there a save point, or is there anything that I could do? Do you know?
I am not part of the Geek Squad.
God damn it. All right. Because I still haven't found the questions for you. I lost everyone else's questions. It's been kind of a frustrating day for me. I think
if you've lost the other questions too, all I can think is you have a defective hard drive or something, because it sounds like it's not just one file.
This is a brand new laptop. I just bought it a few months ago. I paid $1,500 for this laptop, so this cannot afford to have a hard drive just go kaput out of nowhere.
Yeah. Maybe it can't afford it, but it happens.
Fuck.
Things slip by quality, checks.
All right, so I'm just standing there and holding my head, and I'm very frustrated, and I look at Robert, and I can see something's bothering Robert. Something's on his mind, and so I decide to do the thing that I always do. Is I get concerned, and I say, Robert, you okay, man? You look a little ragged.
Just thinking of the shots that we have to take and where we need to set up, and how things need to go.
Okay, all right. Is everything cool? You seem kind of tense, and you seemed kind of tense with Serena. Is there something?
We go back and we have history.
Jason hears this and perks up. History.
It's not all good history.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, if she makes you any promises, be careful. You don't want to be indebted to her.
Okay. Would you? No. Okay. So when you say you have a history, was this romantic or?
No, just we knew each other well in our younger years.
Okay. Good. I mean, yeah, good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. So, okay, yeah, you know what? Another question that's been kind of bothering me, and I'm not a confrontational guy, so I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just curious. I received a weird anonymous email, to come to this house and to meet you, and I'm starting to wonder, was it you who sent it? And I'm gonna be honest. I want you to please be honest with me.
Wait. Serena told me that she had set it up that you were going to come to the house.
Really?
But you're saying that this email is...
It was one of those, those websites that you don't want to give out your real email.
Like a 10-minute email?
Yeah,
website?
It was one of those things.
Okay, so my first question, other than who sent it, is why would you go?
Because whoever sent this told me enough about the history of this house and what happened here, and that it's possibly haunted, or there's something going on. And they heard my weird sort of true crime-ish show. I have a weird one at rabbitholepodcast.com. And at this point, Robert's like, why is he doing a plug to me? And possibly that I would be interested in it for an episode of a show. And after reading it and looking up the history that was online, it sounded intriguing. And a chance to actually go on location and to record there, like that's too good to pass up. So I had to do it.
And I want you to take this, as the advice of someone who's looking out for your best interest.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck out.
Okay. Well,
seriously. If somebody's sending you stuff like that anonymously, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know how to say it, but just my spidey sense is tingling. This is not good for you, and you should leave.
I suspect it's one of you three.
Well, it's not me.
Okay. All right. Who do you think it is then?
Probably Serene. I'd ask her about it. Because frankly, I don't think Silas has enough of brain cells to rub together to put together an agenda to have you coming out here.
Okay.
That guy is so fried.
That's a good point. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to have to just give up on the interviews for now. And what I think I'm going to just do is I think I'm just going to walk around the house. That's okay. And just kind of record my thoughts about the house. And just what I've seen. And if I notice anything weird. And then maybe I'll either just do the interviews just completely off the cuff. I kind of remember some of the questions. But they were so good. I was so happy with myself, and I was like, this is gonna do it. This is what's gonna make Rabbit Hole Podcast a household name. And now my computer seems to have been compromised, and I don't know.
Okay.
Just
watch your six, I guess, is my point.
Jason, not knowing what that means, just nods and says, okay. I'm going to be doing that. Whenever you're ready for your shots, just come get me. And I will be right over. Yeah.
I think we should gather everyone fairly soon because we still have parts of the house we haven't even started looking at. I think next is the door to the basement. See, and by the way, if you see my cameraman, can you send her my way? Because I had kind of lost track of her while with us kind of scattered all over.
Yeah. What was her name again?
Not sure where she is. Kendra.
Yeah. That's right. Kendra. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will do that. So Jason's gonna go to. He's gonna close up his laptop. He's gonna put that in his book bag. He's gonna pick up the little tape recorder he had on the table. He's gonna check it. He's gonna hit record. He's gonna do testing 1 2 3 testing, and he plays it back and he hears the testing 1 2 3 testing. And okay, cool. That finally something fucking works. Thank God. And then he turns and then he realizes that he inadvertently didn't mean to. He bought the little brown suitcase, and he intended to keep that in his room. And Jason just looks at this, and Jason kind of whispers, "Fuck." And Robert notices this.
Fuck?
Nothing. I didn't mean to bring this down here. I don't know why I did. I'm contemplating if I should just leave
Here,
it here.
You know what? I got to run upstairs anyhow. Just hand it off to me, and I'll drop it off for you.
No, it's you know what? I don't want to make you do that.
I'm heading their way anyhow. It's not a big deal.
I don't. Okay, can you promise me something?
Sure.
Do not try to open this thing. Just grab it by the handle, go to my room, and put it on the bed, and then just leave it. And please, whatever you do, do not open it.
Is there a reason? That sounds kind of really...
I'd rather not say. Just please do not try to open it. Just grab it by the handle, take it to my room, put it on the bed, and then just leave my room. And don't think about it.
Okay. All righty.
Thank you.
By the handle. Huh?
By the handle.
It's important to grab it by the handle, not from, say, underneath.
Don't pick it up on the sides. Don't carry it in your palms. Pick it up by the handle.
It's not a bomb, is it?
It's not a bomb. No. It's not a bomb. I just don't want to get into it right now. Just leave it alone.
Okay.
Just take it to my room, put it down, and then just walk away, man.
Okay.
Thank you.
I carefully pick it up by the handle and go upstairs with it.
Jason looks nervously, prays to God. He does not try to open this thing. And then Jason leaves the library and goes deeper into the first floor of the house. End scene.
How do we think that scene went for Jason?
Terribly.
So are we thinking black die for Jason?
Yeah.
Jason, who do you give this black die to?
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Scott, and not just to make it even or nothing. I just feel like he's due for a black die. So.
And that brings us to the end of Act 1.
Yay!
It is time for the tilt.
Tilt?
It is time for the tilt. It is time to see time for us to bring in new random elements that will go into play in the second half of our story. So, everybody, what I need everybody to do is I need everybody to roll one white die and one black die. Or, hold on a second. I need Scott and Erik to roll one black die and one white die. Jason, I need you to roll 2 white dice.
Okay. You got?
Yuck.
Okay.
All right. Scott, what did you roll?
I rolled 6 on my white, 5 on my black, so I have a 1 positive. Or 1 white, I should say.
All right. I roll a 4 on my black and 6 on my white, so that's 2 white. Erik, what did you roll?
3 white, 2 black, so 1 positive. Sounds like that were...
Okay, 1 white. What was that? That was one white and 2 black, or 2 white and 1 black?
3 white, 2 black.
Okay. And Erik, what did you? Not Erik. Jason, what did you roll?
I rolled a 3 and a 6, both white.
All right, so you roll 9. All right, so at the tilt, the player with the highest white total and the place with the highest black total determine the tilt. The highest white total is Jason.
Oh, okay.
Because he had 2 white dice, he rolled 9.
Okay.
The highest black total is Scott. Scott rolled a 5 on his black die.
Okay.
So give me 1 second, and I am going to roll the unassigned dice. And generate a new dice list. So give me 1 second here.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to share my screen again, if that's okay, Jason.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, I want to direct your attention to the Tilt PDF.
Okay.
Where we have 6 categories: mayhem, tragedy, innocence, guilt, paranoia, and failure. What I need to happen is I need each of you to choose a category based on the dice I rolled. So it's like in the setup.
Mm-hmm.
I need Scott to pick a category based on one of these numbers. We have no 5s. The only ones we have multiples are ones and 6s. So Scott, I need you to pick a category.
Okay, let's see here. I was going to say, okay, let's do 2.
We'll do tragedy.
Yes.
All right. Jason?
Yes.
I need you to pick a category. You can pick mayhem, innocence, guilt, or failure.
I'm gonna choose innocence. 3.
All right. So that removes the 3 and innocence. All right. So, Scott, we're going to go back to you. We have 3 1s, a 4, and 2 6s. I need you to pick one of the following innocence details.
Yeah, I'm going to pick somebody is not so innocent after all.
That's a 1.
Good. Good.
Just watch that today.
Let it flow through you. Okay, Jason.
Yes.
Tragedy. I need you to pick one. The death out of the blue, death right on time, or death after an unpleasant struggle.
So death.
Wow.
Okay.
I need you to pick some form of death.
I can't have cake, huh? All right,
So
fine.
our choices are or death.
There were only 3 bits, and we didn't think there'd be such a rush.
All right. I'm gonna do death after an unpleasant struggle.
All right. All right. So, in Act 2 of our story, there will be death after an unpleasant struggle, and we will learn that somebody is not so innocent after all.
Okay.
And it is time for a break.
It is time for a break.
Okay.
This possibly might be the last break. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Anyway, please stick along with us. We'll be back momentarily. All right. We are... Okay, sorry for a little bit long of a break. We're about to begin Act 2, so Lackey, please take it away.
So here's the state of play at the beginning of Act 2. We have 5 black dice left and 3 white dice. So keep that in mind. This is going to be a little bit. Things are going to start taking serious turns for the worse. Another thing that we know are things are going to take serious turn for the worst is we've done the tilt, and we have established 2 things in the tilt. We know that there will be somebody will die after an unpleasant struggle, and somebody will turn out to be not so innocent as they seem. So keeping in mind those 2 things, we have to introduce those things into Act 2. We go into Act 2. Act 2 is played exactly like Act 1 with one difference. In Act 1, after the dice, after you receive a die or claim a die, you give it away. In Act 2, you keep the die. Otherwise, you can choose to establish or resolve, just as in Act 1. So we're going to start with Scott. Scott, do you choose to establish or resolve?
I will establish.
Alrighty.
Okay, so we are all of the characters, Silas and Jason and Serena and Robert, along with Kendra, are gathered in front of the door leading to the basement. And Robert gives the signal to Kendra. She starts rolling the camera and pans across them all. This is where it happened. Opens the door. There's a very, very steep set of wooden stairs. Looks like 1 or 2 may have been, or bowing, possibly even rotted through. We're going to go down here. We're going to see what we can find. Jason is going to see if he can help us capture some of these sounds using his expertise that he's gained during his podcasts on sound recording. And Serena is going to talk to us a little bit about the little bit she knows about exactly where on the steps the ghastly incident occurred. Silas, in the meantime, will also be telling us of any disturbances they had seen in the past. So join us as we venture down the staircase into the basement and beyond in this old haunted house. And I start gingerly walking down the steps and grabbing the railing pretty tightly just in case something would snap beneath me.
Oh, one person at a time, please, just to be on the safe side.
That sounds like a good plan. Once we hit the landing, Kendra turns around with the camera to film everyone coming down. Any particular way everyone's coming?
I'm going to turn to the rest of the group. Serena turns to the rest of the group. How do we want to do this?
I would like to go with you, Serena, wherever you want to go.
Well, we should do one at a time. I guess I can go first.
Okay.
And kind of tell what I know, and I'm going to kind of walk down slowly.
The stairs creak.
So what I do know is that, as I mentioned at the intro, that this Ezekiel Hawthorne built a very eccentric man built this house for his wife Natty. Serena takes another step.
You hear slight popping in the wood.
I hope that isn't a bad sign. We don't know exactly what step it was that she was on when she fell. We don't really even know for sure why. We don't really know exactly what happened. We know that one of the servants found her dead neck broken at the bottom of the stairs, Serena takes another step. And that was pretty much it. We do know that Natty was deathly afraid of this house, did not want to enter it. Entirely why, like I said, we don't know. There have been rumors. I'll take another step down.
Okay.
There have been rumors that she kept a secret diary that we've never been able to substantiate the existence of. Take another step. And exactly the motive, exactly what motive Ezekiel had, and I know I'm rambling here, exactly what motive Ezekiel had in building this house for his wife, we don't really know, or for some of the more eccentric design elements of the house. Like I said, there were a lot of rumors. A lot of this is just rumors. We don't have a lot of concrete information. I heard stories growing up, but you never know what to make of those things. Every family has stories about their crazy uncle, and she'll take 2 more steps and end up at the bottom.
Okay.
And that's basically what I know.
So when Serena was on that step, the bad step, if you would, this thing went flat, and then it went spiked way up, and then it went back down again. And I heard, as that spike was happening, like somebody was whispering in my ear. Now I don't know what that means. I'm just telling you, Robert, what I saw. You wanted me to keep an eye on this thing and tell you what I found, and when that happened, I thought I should tell you.
So I bring Kendra over. So Jason is telling us that there was some sort of whispering when Serena hit that step that sounded like it was creaking a bit or popping. So that might be the step that Natty fell on and fell to her death from. We'll have to go back and see what we can find and study that step. But in the meantime, let's get the rest of our team down here so we can see what's down here. Possibly that secret diary.
Well, that would be very exciting to find. I've never found a secret diary in my searches here, Silas says as he starts going down the steps next. I mean, that's not to say I've, searched every little nook and cranny. I'm only, occupying the place. It does not belong to my family. Although the Hawthorne family has been very generous in allowing me to stay here. I've known them for so long. Now, of course, and as he takes as he walks down the steps, with practiced ease, he glides past the guilty step, avoiding it completely, like he's done this before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it would be very interesting, though, if we got some sort of proof, beyond my observations, and, well, we know what those are worth. Be some sort of proof that there were ghosts here. Perhaps the ghost of Nettie herself. I imagine that such revelation, captured on film and recorded, would be very valuable to the Hawthorns. And me, of course, I think that I would just want nothing more than the spirit to be at rest. And with that, he reaches the bottom step.
Okay, so Silas? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. Silas.
Please.
Silas. I'm sorry. It's me. So interestingly enough, Robert, when he went down the stairs and he skipped the step, that little spike thing didn't happen. I didn't hear anything. But then when the mention of Natty, is it Natty or Natty? Natty. Yeah. Sorry, the name thing. It spiked a little bit, and I thought I heard like a scream, but like, imagine it was a scream from like your neighbor's house, like a half a mile away. Yeah.
Jason, surely someone as skilled with audio processing as you would be able to isolate this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, yes, absolutely. I will take this audio that I'm gathering and listen to it later to see if maybe I can fine tune it.
So I think you're the last person that needs to come down the stairs, unless I'm wrong.
Oh, is our fine camera woman going to stay at the top?
Kendra came down after me.
Oh.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Robert,
there you are.
Kendra, Serena, Silas, and I think that leaves Jason at the top of the stairs, unless I'm mistaken. Am I mistaken, Jason?
No, I'm up. I'm talking very loudly to you guys on the bottom of the stairs.
Forget my head wasn't screwed on.
Okay, so knowing what I know about the step, that anytime anyone steps on this step, there's maybe a spike. There might be something going on. Jason's not sure about, what's going on with this, and he has tucked in inside of his jacket. He's wearing a jacket, and inside the jacket is the tape recorder. So he's been taping all of this as he's doing this, helping out Robert with the sound thing. And so he decides to step on the step just to see what happens. And he doesn't tell Silas this, or, he just does it. He steps on the step, and then he takes the next step, and then as that happens, the scream gets louder, and this startles Jason. And I'm like, holy shit, what was that? Did you guys hear that?
Hear what?
You didn't hear that? That was really loud.
The stair creaking, yeah, but
No. It was like, this thing is off of the charts. When I step on that step that Silas told me not to step on after Serena did, it like went nuts.
What? Like did a scream happen?
I can hear in my headphones, like, there was a scream when I step on that step, and this thing was just off the charts. And I'll have to listen to my recording later. That's, Can
we listen to the recording now?
Kendra, can you go up there and take a look at that step, get a shot of that?
I'm gonna continue walking down the stairs, and I'm gonna keep listening to see if it does it again. And I get to the bottom of the steps with no incident. There's no other screams or anything. You look at Serena, and I say, I want to listen to it first, if that's okay, Serena. I want to kind of check it out myself, before I let anyone else listen to it, because I want to make sure I heard what I heard. I am a professional podcaster, and I don't want to sully my name.
Doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what you're doing.
Yes. So yeah. Let me give it a listen first, and then I will report with what I found.
This is very exciting. I wonder if any of this will change anyone's mind.
All right. Is that scene?
Scene, I think. Yeah.
All right, Scott. That was an established, right?
Yes.
How do we think that scene went for Scott?
I
say not bad.
Nothing bad happened.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I say nothing bad.
We have 3 white dice we need to burn through before shit starts happening.
Yeah, I say give him a white die.
So, Scott, you are getting a white die.
Okay, 1 white die.
Alrighty. It is my turn, and I will choose to resolve. So, guys, make a scene for me.
So I feel like maybe Robert continues hosting the show, but he'll spend most of it interviewing Serena.
Okay.
And then maybe like Silas will be trying to get in on.
I don't want to put too much of a hand on the scales, but one thing I did notice is that Erik and I have not had a scene together.
Okay.
Like a scene where we've really interacted a whole lot.
Okay.
So maybe we could involve that.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was gonna say maybe like it'll start with like Robert trying to interview Serena a lot, but then Silas kind of gets like jealous about it, and then maybe confronts Serena about it.
Okay.
And maybe just kind of maybe.
All right.
Something like that.
Okay.
So the tension is thick in the air, and you could cut it with a knife.
You could cut it with a knife.
We all had a scare from that creaky stair, and Jason even more so, in that he was hearing whispers and then later screams as that stair was being stepped on. Definitely some sort of psychic energy there. Jason's looking into his equipment right now and trying to isolate what he can from that sound. In the meantime, Serena, I'm sure, would like to have some input on what that was. Serena?
Well, my feeling is that that could well have been the dying scream of Natty Hawthorne. We have heard, or the stories that have been passed through the family people have heard screams, inexplicable screams at various points, various other places in the house, but particularly here. I don't know. I don't remember anything about screams being heard when that particular stair is stepped on, but definitely that's one of the phenomena that has been reported in the house.
And you know more than anyone about the phenomenon that's been reported in the house.
I know. I don't want to position myself as an expert. What I can say is that I've
one of the most reliable sources, though.
Oh, assuming that, I'm not reliable.
Oh, I'm not.
No one said that, Silas.
Well, I've only been living here and experiencing this, firsthand, as it were.
Well, yeah.
Oh, go on. That's fair, and that's totally fair, Silas. And I'm not trying to detract anything from. I have personally not heard. I haven't spent much time in this house. All I can say are the stories that I've been passed down from the family.
It's true. You haven't.
What I can say are what the family stories are. And the family stories are screams have been inexplicable, screams have been heard around the stairs.
I mean, I think there's a pretty good explanation for it, but, what do I know?
I think you know rather a lot.
Well,
and I don't want... Silas, you are as dear to me as my own brother was. I don't want... If you feel that I am detracting in any way from your experience in the house. I can't say what I myself have never experienced.
Well, that's true. You never really bothered.
The truth about this house is that it was always something that my family wanted swept under the rug.
That is true. Finally, a little bit of that. Truth, that is.
Silas, I apologize that if in the past I don't feel that you feel that I haven't been... Of course I believe what you've said. I personally believe this house is haunted.
Do you?
Yes. I don't think that these reports that I've heard all of my life, I think they have to have some sort of basis in truth. I'm just saying that I, in particular, specifically, don't have that personal experience with the paranormal. But I have tried to be very open to what I have been told.
I see. And would you say the same thing if the cameras weren't rolling?
Yes.
I'm sure you're getting this.
And then, since there's so much truth going around right now, how much were you offered to film on location?
How much was I offered?
Yes. To as your renter, to invade my home, disturb my peace.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about money.
Whoa.
That's a novelty.
It is not something that I would have done if I'd felt it is not something I would have done if I'd have felt it would have been a negative impact on your experience in this house in any way, Silas. That's the first thing. The second thing is, Lord knows I do not want publicity. I'm a busy woman. I have my psychiatric practice. That is my focus, my passion, my vocation. Unfortunately, I have been put in a financial position where I need the additional income that renting this place out grants me. I am the sole inheritor of this house.
It's true, after dear Michael.
She gives you a look.
Tell us more about dear Michael.
Michael, my brother, committed suicide after some experience in this house that he alluded to in conversation but never gave any concrete details on. Something happened into this house that drove him to suicide.
What were the illusions?
It was a combination of having seen something and having learned something.
And all this time I've been here, do you think it's because I like the view?
Devastating revelations.
Or perhaps maybe someone was trying to find out.
I'll be blunt with you, Silas. I feel that you and Michael had an unhealthy relationship, and I feel that you have an unhealthy fixation on this house.
I think someone should be trying to find answers.
And in all the time you've been living here, have you found any?
No. Because I would have told you. I don't keep that type of secret. But this, what did they say, a dog and pony show? I wonder if our dear Robert even believes. I doubt it. I couldn't say about this Jason, though.
I wouldn't have asked Robert to look into this if I did. First of all, I've known Robert for a very long time, and I have the utmost respect for him. And I have the utmost trust in him. And I would not have brought him into this if I did not have that respect or trust. Or if I felt that he could not, in some way, illuminate a truth about this house.
Well, don't let me get in your way.
I'm sorry, I can't continue with this. I need to. She puts her hands up, walks off to the kitchen.
Obviously, a very emotional conversation here. We'll be right back.
All right, is that scene?
I think so.
See?
All right, and that was I asked to resolve on that, so I will give myself a black die. To this.
Okay.
I do not think that turned out very well for her.
No, not in the least bit.
All right, we continue with Erik. Erik, do you wish to establish or resolve?
It's a tough one. I'm going to go resolve.
All right. Robert, and Jason, do you want to continue the scene with you interacting with Silas?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll okay, Kendra, keep
With
rolling.
Serena just having stormed off.
Now, just to be clear, she went back upstairs, correct?
She went off to the
The
kitchen,
kitchen,
actually.
yeah.
Yeah, she went to the kitchen.
Okay. So Kendra, keep rolling. Kendra does a close up on Silas's face. I kind of nudge Jason.
Huh?
This would be good for your podcast.
No, I've been recording all this. Just there has all that was happening. This thing you gave me to listen to has been weird.
Ask Silas about maybe he has some insights into it.
About hey, Silas.
Yes?
Hey, so question. What I don't know a lot about you. I'm getting an idea on the Hawthorns a little bit, but you seem to be very mysterious. I don't know anything about you. How do you figure into everything involving Serena's brother? Like, were you good friends? Were you chums back in school? Guys, maybe dating a little? Like, you know, like what was going on?
It's true we were very close. Poor Michael. But I have a connection of sorts to their family. It's complicated. I can't help but be close to them.
What does that mean?
It's how I was made. There are some connections deeper than blood. Old connections. I'm just following the path I was born to follow.
Right. Okay. So how come they left the house to you?
Well, dear Serena has stated as such. She needed the money.
And you just happen to have the money to give to her to own this house?
I did.
Okay.
It's interesting, she's all about her financial woes, and not once has she ever asked me for help.
Yeah. Okay.
I think she resents me.
But yeah, she's letting you live in her family house.
No one else wanted to.
I mean, I feel like she easily could have just, sold this to somebody else, and they could have either, there's these things called house flippers. They could have just came in and redid the whole house. She could have made a profit.
I'm afraid it's not that simple. See, this house must remain in the family. Those were the stipulations.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see. So you're basically the house owner and the house caretaker, so you have to stay here and take care of this house.
Well, I don't have to. I choose to.
Okay, but you also haven't left this house. You've admitted this to yourself. You yourself admitted this, that you haven't left the house. And how long?
I don't keep track, but I don't leave very often, no. I have things they need delivered here.
Okay.
The outside has little to offer me.
Okay, alright. So Silas, while I've been talking to you, I've been listening to whatever sounds it is that Robert's been wanting me to listen to in terms of, the air. And every time you talk, I hear a whisper, like in the back, almost in the back of my head, actually. It's kind of weird. You don't suppose you have any idea why that's happening, do you?
I could only speculate.
Okay. Did you kill Serena's brother?
Of course I didn't.
Are you sure?
I'm very certain of that.
I'm going to ask you the legal third time, and you have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You're lucky that I am not a violent man, but no, I did not kill him. Okay. It is as Serena said.
Okay. I turned to Robert and I shrugged. That's the best I can get out of him. I don't know what else you want me to do.
Was this good footage for your sordid little show?
Oh, for me, it was wonderful. I don't know about him. I don't know if Robert's going to be able to do anything with this, but this is a fucking gold mine for my show, so thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm always happy to play a part.
I'm gonna go away now because I'm very uncomfortable.
Interesting. So, Robert, have I been strange enough for you for your show? Lended an air of verisimilitude?
Relationships, like houses, are built on foundations. And sometimes those foundations need to be laid bare and repaired. We'll be right back.
Is that scene?
I would.
Scene.
Erik, how do you think that scene went for you?
Mixed.
Unfortunately, we don't have gray dice.
I would say black. That's my opinion.
Right. I'd say so. I mean, yeah, I'm willing to say so.
Okay, Erik, you get a black die.
Huzzah.
And now we come to Jason.
Yes.
Jason, would you wish to establish or resolve?
I'm going to establish.
Have at it, sir.
I walk away from that weirdness and I go towards the kitchen because I kind of want to be with Serena, and but I'm still fiddling with this sound device, ghost capturing sound thing that Robert gave me. I start to resent the fact that just because I work with podcasts, that suddenly makes me a sound expert. But you know what? I put myself in this situation. I'm going to deal with it. And I'm going to do the best that I can with this thing. Meanwhile, I do check the tape recorder in my pocket. It's still going. I get happy because Silas gave me a lot of wackiness in that. And that alone is going to boost these numbers to sky high. I'm very happy with what I got. Now I need to figure out how the hell I'm going to get out of this situation. And I go into the kitchen and I do see Serena. And she's there at her laptop. And she doesn't notice that I walked in. And I look at her and I smile because I'm happy to see her. But she doesn't immediately see me, but then she does. She lifts her head up, and when she does, she slams her laptop shut.
Hello, Jason.
Oh, hey, Serena. You missed. Oof. That Silas guy, Silas. Yeah.
Silas is his name.
You missed. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. All right. I don't know if there's ghosts or not, but I think he murdered your brother.
Oh, I know damn well. I don't know if murder is the word I use, but I absolutely... I know damn well that my brother died because of something that Silas Harthwood did. Ask Silas Harthwood why he calls my brother Michael. Michael isn't my brother's name. Matthew was my brother's name, as he well knows.
Oh. How did I not catch that? Okay.
Oops.
I'm okay, this is a little above my pay grade, man. I do an independent podcast. I'm barely at like 20 listens, and now suddenly I'm in a creepy old house with possibly a murderer and a weird guy with a TV show who doesn't seem to believe in ghosts. But at least you're normal. I'm glad you've been the normal one out of all these people. So
Somebody has to be. Believe me, if the three of us were all, believe me, not you. I'm sorry, not you. But if Robert was normal, between the three of us, we still wouldn't be as normal as Silas is kooky.
No, absolutely. But I can't understand then what's going on with these sounds. So you know what? Can I play back to you what I heard when we were going down the stairs?
What, you're saying you actually heard something?
I wasn't bullshitting. I really did hear screams when you walked down the step, and then I walked down the step. I really, legitimately, I swear on everything that I heard. I'm going to play it for you. So I undo the headphone part, and I rewind the little audio thing, and I get to the part where we were on the steps, and then it replays the part where Serena's going down the step, and then just as she steps on the one step, there's an audible ah, and I look up at Serena. You heard that, right? You fucking heard that?
What the fuck was that?
It wasn't any of us. It wasn't me. It wasn't Silas. It wasn't Robert. I don't know. I don't know, man. It freaked me the fuck out when I heard it. And I thought at first maybe one of you left the TV on in your room or something. But then when I stepped on the step, so I fast forward a little bit and I get to the step, the screaming is louder. And this time, we hear Silas. Ah! You heard that? You fucking heard that? Please tell me you heard that.
Serena turns white as a sheet.
Something is going on, and this might be a little too much that I bargained for. Look, I'm willing to.
And you're not making this shit up.
I'm not. I swear to you. Like, look, I wanted to. I think you're cute. I want to go on a date with you because I think you're really fucking hot. And I was willing to do pretty much anything to go on a date with you. If that meant lying on my show about seeing ghosts, you know what? Fine. But this is too much for me, man. Is this a Is this a prank? Did somebody put you up to? Are all of you guys like actors? Am I being punked or pranked? Is this some like YouTube stuff? Like, tell me now.
That wasn't Natty Hawthorne's voice.
Okay, whose was it?
Who else would scream Silas's name?
Your brother?
Bingo.
Silas really did murder your brother. Should we call the cops? We gotta get cops. We gotta get cops involved.
What are we going to tell the cops?
What
are we going to tell the cops?
That crazy ass guy murdered your brother, and we got it on tape.
We don't have anything on tape. We have a scream. We have a scream that I'm not even 100% sure is real.
Dude, man.
Holy shit. This house might actually be haunted.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna kill...
And that is not something I ever thought I would say. This house might actually be haunted because I recognized that voice, and it was the voice of my brother.
I'm going to murder whoever sent me that email. Was it you?
No.
Did you... No. Did you send me that anonymous email attracting me to this house?
No.
Why don't I believe you?
Have you been talking to Robert?
Silas does not know what the hell Wi-Fi means. Robert seems scared of you. You're the only one who has something to gain if I put this on a podcast and say this house is haunted. Did you...
Silas has something to gain. Silence has... If you go and put a podcast out there that says this house is haunted, you've verified all of Silas's delusions.
I don't know. We need to do something. We need to... I'm gonna listen back to my recording, and I want to see if that scream came up on that. Because if it's on that, since that has no supernatural feeling, it's just a tape recorder, then that scream was definitely from a ghost. If it shows up on there, then it's from something else that's tangible. So I take my tape recorder out, I hit stop, I rewind it, I get to the part, I look at Serena, she's looking at me, I stop it. Before I hit play on this, Serena, am I gonna hear a scream or am I not gonna hear a scream? Tell me.
How the fuck should I know?
Because I need to know if you're playing me.
I'm not playing you.
I hit play. It plays my intro. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Soto. Welcome to I Have a Weird One, a weird podcast. Today I am recording live on site at the old Hawthorne estate. And fast forward, click. And then it gets to the part where we're going down the stairs. And Serena goes down the stairs. Nothing. I go down the stairs. Nothing. I stop the tape. This house is haunted or someone's fucking with me.
Someone's fucking with all of us. And I think I know who it is.
Who?
Scene. Cliffhanger.
I like it.
I think that scene actually went fairly well for Jason.
Okay.
I think so.
Yep.
Plus, Jason's got nothing but white dice, and I think it would be hilarious if someone managed to make it through this scenario with nothing but white dice.
I'm the innocent podcaster.
Jason gets a white die.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so we loop back around. This is the last go around. We have 3 white dice and we have 3 black dice and 1 white die left to assign.
Okay.
Do we want to go get into it, or do we want to take a break first?
No, I think we should finish this up.
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
It's already.
Let's finish this up. It is Scott's turn. Scott, do you wish to resolve?
I'll
establish. Okay.
Yeah, I will establish. So, Robert calls Kendra over into the one corner after he appears to notice something, and he looks at something on the wall, down towards the bottom of the wall, in the corner. And all of a sudden, he calls upstairs, "Everyone, get down here now. You got to see this."
I'm already down here.
Calls again louder. You got
not Kendra. Serena comes from the kitchen.
Yeah, Jason, Serena.
I walk in, but my hands are on my head, and I'm just like I'm just done with everything.
Okay, hold on, Kendra, back up with me. I want you to go to the top of the stairs. I'll join you up there for a second. I want an establishing shot here. Look at this, and Robert points at the corner of the wall about 2.5 feet from the ground. And he points right at a particular brick and then backs away.
It's a brick. I'll inspect the brick.
It's a brick.
What the fuck?
Is it loose? Is it?
No, it doesn't appear to be. Jason, Silas, what are you guys doing with the brick?
I'm not gonna. Silas looks bored.
Okay.
I'm still freaking out. I'm looking at it, and I'm just like, why is Robert obsessed with the brick with everything that's going on?
You hear Robert walking upstairs by Kendra, and when he gets to the top of the stairs, he looks at Kendra, says, I need that. And grabs the camera from her and says, she looks at him, she goes, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm sorry, but I need this. And she's like, give me back my goddamn camera. No, I need it now. Give me the goddamn camera. And then Robert takes his hand, puts it underneath her chin, and just tips her head up. And she loses her balance, flipping down the stairs, bounces off the stair, the one where all the screams were coming from every time somebody stepped on it, cracking it, and then she bounces down to the bottom of the staircase, apparently landing on her neck with a crunching sound.
What the fuck?
Robert, what the fuck did you just do?
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that to Kendra.
Miss, are you okay?
I'm sorry. He walks and he closes the door.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need to get out of here.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. There, it's done. You damn well better give me that back and destroy that stuff. I'm sorry.
What is he talking about?
I need to get out of here. Jason goes towards the door and finds it's locked. Hey, Cyrus, can you let me out of this fucking house, please?
I'm locked down. Yeah, we've seen.
All right. So that was an establish.
Yeah.
I think we give Scott a white die for that. Just joking.
I was like, wait, the rules changed?
Scott, you get a black die. I don't think anybody's going to argue that point.
Dun, dun, dun.
Black like my soul. Okay.
All right, it is my turn. I am going to establish.
So I believe as it currently stands, Robert, just to get an idea, Robert is currently locked us all in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm caught up.
I'm going to go up the stairs and try to open the door.
It is locked.
It is firmly locked.
What the fuck?
Robert, if I give you what you want, will you let us out?
What do you mean if I give you what if I give you what you want? Yeah, you're the one who told me to do this.
What?
What is he talking about?
What the fuck is going on?
Serene, you're the one who gave me these goddamn instructions. You told me that's why you needed everybody in the house.
I didn't tell you to kill your camera person.
I didn't mean to. I just meant to push her down a stair or two. Not the whole case. The staircase, I just wanted her out of the way so she wouldn't try to stop anything. I figured she would just back up a step or two and I could shut the door. I didn't mean to break her neck.
What the fuck?
I didn't mean
Robert,
to.
I ask you again, if I give you what you want, will you open the door?
I'll open the door. I don't have an issue with that. I just don't understand why you would ask me to do this and then tell me to undo it. And somebody's dead because of it. God damn it, Serene.
Robert, I need you to open this door, please.
Okay. You hear the key clicking. It's unlocked.
I open the door.
I immediately run out first.
Robert, listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. You didn't kill her.
She's alive?
No. somebody else killed her.
What do you mean?
Think very, very carefully.
Think about what?
Do you think it's possible?
While this is happening, Silas reaches down and gently closes the camera woman's eyes.
Jason runs upstairs.
Why
You don't have to take the fall for this, Robert. You don't have to take the fall for what Silas
Why
did.
did you do this, Serene?
You don't have to take the fall for what Silas did.
Why did you... I understand you not liking Silas, but I don't understand why you were dragging Jason into this, too. And me. Well, I understand me. I was a tool you could leverage. Why Jason?
I need publicity for the house.
Publicity. The real reason, Serene. Why did you have me lock you all in the basement and then tell me not to unlock it? Why?
You're going to make me say it, aren't you?
You're goddamn right.
Fine. I'm not the sole inheritor of the house.
Go on.
My father had an illegitimate son.
Go on. We want this. God damn it. He goes and grabs the camera and turns it on. And he's obviously shaking. Put it on film! Put it on film!
All right, fine. You want to know? You want to know? You want me to put it on fucking film for you? Fine. My father's illegitimate son is Jason Soto. Fine. Does that make you happy, Jason? You've been hitting on your sister the entire time?
I'm upstairs, so.
That's why I involved him.
And you involve
so I can get this albatross from around my neck and around his.
You're a son of a bitch. Jason, did you hear this?
I peek from the second floor. What the fuck is going on now? Because I'm about to do something that I really should not be doing, but...
Oh, well, that seems to be the order of the day.
You own the house! Congratulations, apparently.
Oh, co-own, really.
Wait. I apparently missed something, but you know what?
What's in that fucking bag, Jason? I'm tired of these secrets. What's in the goddamn bag?
I will. I don't really want to do this. I will show you. I will show you. Just give me 5 minutes. And Jason turns away and goes back to his room.
Is this a good place to call scene?
I say yeah.
Sure.
All right. White die or black die?
I think that was a black die, in my opinion.
All right. I get a black die.
And unless anyone disagrees. I mean,
No, for 100%.
No, that went pretty badly for Serena.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, we have one white die and one black die left. We are going to Erik. Erik, do you wish to resolve or establish?
Well, everyone seems to have plans for poor Silas, so I'm going to resolve.
Okay.
All right. Does anybody have any ideas for Silas?
Actually, no. Can I change my mind?
Yeah, you can go ahead and establish.
Yeah.
I'm going to establish.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
No,
Silas.
Silas being the last to leave the ill-fated basement. Having heard the not so subtle confessions, as well as plans for his future, he seems remarkably calm. Well, we're going to need to call the police, of course. That poor girl didn't really deserve that.
No, she didn't.
A lot of this could have been solved easier. I suppose, would you like me to leave the room while you two plan on how you're going to pin this on me? Or would you like me to help?
I'm not pinning anything on anybody.
Well, I'd appreciate it. Despite the rumors to the contrary, I actually haven't taken anyone's life.
Not directly, no.
Why would you want me to pin a death on you?
I wouldn't. I can't say I care either way. I'm tired. I'm tired of all of this. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of the stories.
That I understand.
You know, I'm tired of my relationship never being accepted.
Your relationship?
Oh, with Serena's brother, of course.
Ah.
Yes, we were lovers. I know, cliche, but I can't help it.
So is this what it boils down to, Serena? Is this what it is? That's why you hated him? There never was any.
No. I had no problem with him and my brother being lovers. I would have gladly accepted him into the family.
Then what? You keep saying that he killed your brother, but you
I never said he directly. I said he as good as killed my brother by putting strange stories in his head about this house. And something happened in this house. Something happened in this house that never would have happened if Silas hadn't told my brother what was in the library.
What is in the library, then?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Silas. My brother never told me.
Silas?
It's complicated. Family histories, mostly. Theirs is a very troubled family. I wish I could say it was something so horrible, so evil, but really it was all just a tragedy. He learned of the ill dealings of the Hawthorne family and attempted to flee from them. Your brother never took his life. It was an accident. I tried to save him, but I couldn't.
An accident? I know what kind of accident?
I think you know. The same accident that keeps occurring over and over again in this house.
The stairs?
The stairs.
Why? What the hell is it?
I think you wished it to be something more. Something a little more substantial, but I'm afraid it's really that simple.
What is by that stair?
Nothing. Natty Hawthorne didn't even die of a broken neck in this house. She died in childbirth.
Then why the story about the stairs? Why did he? Then how did your brother die? Seriously, on the stairs is just an odd coincidence?
I don't know. All I can tell you is that stories have always been circulating about this house. They circulated amongst my family. They circulated in the town. All I can tell you is I've seen Natty Hawthorne's death certificate, and she died in childbirth.
Wait 1 second. Wait a second. You see Robert storm upstairs for a moment, and you hear the outside door slam. Couple minutes later, you hear the door open again. You hear Robert coming back downstairs. He has a small hatchet in his hand. Hello?
What's with the hatchet?
Oh, okay. I thought I lost everybody.
No.
Oh, it looked like it froze. Sorry. He heads down the stairs down to that stair. He's like, "There's something with this stair. There's got to be something with the stair." And he starts hacking at the stair, hacking over and over, trying to break through the wooden stair. It can't be a fucking coincidence. And he hacks through the stair.
Serena just walks up the stairs past Robert into the house, into the rest of the house, comes back with the harpoon, with the Valium harpoon.
Okay.
Robert, calm the fuck down, or I will shoot you with this.
It's here.
There's nothing here.
Yes, there is. You just can't see it. Robert puts his hand below the stairs, and you hear just a crinkling of paper. And he
What
pulls
is it?
It's an old piece of parchment, and he rolls it out. It's an architectural blueprint for a bridge.
So there was something there after all.
Is that seen?
Sure.
Yeah,
I think that actually went fairly positive for Erik.
Yeah, I say give him the white die because I kind of.
But that means denying you the all white.
It's fine.
No, you see, there's a rule I didn't tell you about. The final die is wild. It can be black or white.
Oh.
Okay.
When it is assigned. So, Jason.
Yes.
Do you choose to establish or resolve?
I'm going to establish.
All right.
Let's see if I can wrap this up. Jason runs into his room, closes the door. He's beyond freaked out. He's at the point where he's no longer visually shaking or visually and he's just now in this weird calmness. He looks at the little brown suitcase. I swore this day will never come that I would not need to put that on. Today seems to be that day. I reach into my pocket, pull my keys out. I get the key for the lock. I undo the lock. Throw the lock to the side. Unzip the suitcase, and I open it. And I look in, and I sigh heavily. Outside, Robert's is holding the blueprint for the bridge. And they're just looking at it. They're trying to figure out what to do next when they hear Jason's door open. Serena looks up, and she's about to say, "Thank God." She's about to say something when Jason steps out of his room. He is wearing a one-piece pink bunny rabbit suit. And he has this blank expression on his face. And he just starts walking very slowly towards everybody. Hello, everybody.
What the fuck?
My name is Jason Soto from RabbitHolePodcast.com. I am the rabbit of the rabbit hole. Today, I've witnessed a murder. I have heard ghosts. And I've been in the room with a murderer. If that is not a weird one, I don't know what is. So I start walking, and I get closer to the stairs. And it's at this point, everyone realizes that step is missing. Jason stands a foot.
Jason, stand back.
And he does not listen. And he goes forward.
Jason.
And there's no step there. He falls through that step. His foot statches onto the other step. And he tumbles down the stairs in this pink bunny rabbit suit. He lands perfectly on his back. And you guys hear an audible crack.
Oh, fuck.
And Jason's just staring dead on up above. And the final thought he has is, God damn it, I had a dream where I died in a pink bunny suit in a giant house with 3 strangers. And motherfucker, if that didn't, what happened? I'm Jason Soto. Thank you for listening. Jason dies. And scene.
All right. So we pretty much know what happened to Jason here.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, you're going to say being dead. Well, let's let you do anyway. Scott.
Mm-hmm.
Roll 2 white dice and 2 black dice and tell me the total, not the whole total, but the total of your white dice and your total of black dice.
Right. So let's see here. My whites are 10s, my black are 6s, so it's white 4.
No, you don't subtract. So you're white 10.
Oh, just white 10? Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I roll 3 black dice, and my total is 6.
Okay.
And I roll 1 white die, and my total is 1. So I am black 6. Erik, roll 2 black dice and 2 white dice, and tell me the totals of both.
Seven white, 6 black.
Jason, roll 3 white dice and 1 black die, and tell me the totals of both.
Black is going to be 3, and white's going to be 7.
Okay, this is a surprisingly positive outcome. We're going to go to the aftermath document.
Okay.
White high. Scott, you got White 10, not too shabby. You made it out with dignity intact through some fluke. There might even be a little profit or self-respect or something. Time to throw a little party for all your friends.
Okay.
Me, I got Black 6. Pathetic. You'll suffer. Oh, dear God, will you suffer? And everyone will know of your malfeasance, your stupidity, your lack of common sense and decency. You're probably going to be locked up, too. Jason and Erik. White 7. Hey, you're busted, beat, and broke down, but at least you've learned a lesson about greed and frailty, right? It'll serve you well in prison, which is where you're probably headed.
Which means I almost certainly am going to take the fall for Bob.
All right. So how do we think this? How do we think this all turned out? I mean, obviously Jason's dead.
Yeah, he had to die.
Well, don't we do the denouement where?
The denouement. Where we go through. Jason is kind of immune to this being dead.
Well, we can see what happens with his body,
but we can still kind of tell. I mean, it still kind of applies to his. It still kind of applies to his reputation, how he's viewed after his death. So the denouement is you go around the table for each of your dice, your black or your white dice, you make a statement starting with "this is."
Oh.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Robert doing this. This is, Serena doing that.
Yeah, it's like a montage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going around, and it should match. It should match the die that you have. So like Scott would make like 2 positive statements and 2 negative statements.
Same with me then.
And same with you. Jason would make 3 positive statements and 1 negative statement. I'd make 3 negative statements and 1 positive statement.
Okay.
So we start with Scott.
This is Robert picking up the phone, calling the police to inform them that he has accidentally killed someone. He looks downcast.
This is Serena looking over the blueprint that just staring blankly at the blueprint that Robert revealed. Erik?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to do them in order, right?
No, you don't.
Well, I think this is Silas returning to his room and silently packing his meager belongings while everyone else is occupied.
Jason.
This is Jason's podcasting network, who, when everyone finds out that he died, immediately becomes very popular, very huge. I Have a Weird One becomes the #1 podcast on Spotify. Everyone on the Rabbit Hole Podcast Network suddenly gets deals to work various radio shows. They even get TV deals. Everybody in Jason's family gets a little bit of cut of it. But Jason's dead.
Scott.
This is Robert watching out the windows as the police arrive. The red and blue flashes, and he's led in handcuffs to a car, gently put in the car by the police, and then driven off to the station where we see him being led into a jail cell and the door being slammed.
This is Serena standing upstairs at the open door where the bridge is supposed to be. Just staring blankly. Erik.
This is This is Silas, who, despite his act of being a drug-obsessed weirdo, lacked any of the materials prior to a certain amount of laudanum planted, and ending up joining Robert at the local jail.
Jason.
I may have misunderstood, and I did all my positives and negatives in that first statement I made. So I can separate all that. So I have a weird one became popular, and Rabbit Hole Podcast has become the biggest podcast network in the world.
Scott.
We see this is Robert in the courtroom. He's been convicted of involuntary manslaughter. However, due to the extenuating circumstances, his sentence is suspended.
This is Serena. Offering Silas a buyout to move out of the house. It is up to Silas whether he accepts. Erik.
This is Silas accepting. This house offered nothing for him anymore.
Jason.
This is Jason's friends on the Rabbit Hole Podcast Network, who has gone on to bigger and better things, who has gotten radio deals on the radio, on satellite radio. Some of them got TV shows, and they have all been successful thanks to Rabbit Hole Podcasts becoming huge.
Scott.
This is Robert burning the photos, looking at the photos and negatives and burning them one at a time of a man who looks exactly like Silas, only 20 years younger, in a lunatic asylum. Slowly burning the photos, so no one knows that he was there, so no one can judge him for that. He burns the last of the photos, looks at the negatives, and then throws them into the fire.
This is Serena hanging herself in the attic of the old house after living there for 20 years alone. Erik.
So what do I have to fill?
I haven't really been keeping track.
Because some of them could go either way. So, you know what? I'm just going to go with what I got here. This is Silas walking down the side of the road with what little belongings he had in a bag over his shoulder. Despite more than one attempt, he ignores any offers for a ride. As night falls, he walks into the darkness, never to be seen again.
Jason.
Jason, who created Rabbit Hole Podcasts, wanted to be successful. He wanted to make a name for himself. He was just trying to entertain people. Did not live to see the success of the brand that he created, and to see his friends successful and happy.
Finally, at the end of the Aftermath, there's a special rule for this playset. At the end of the Aftermath, after all the dice are gone, players should describe something good that happens in the future at the site where the house once stood. I'm thinking they probably raise it to the ground and put something good there.
I think so too. That finally end the Hawthorne legacy.
What do we think it should be?
I think there should be a stream that goes through there, and over that stream, a bridge.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, that works.
How fucking appropriate. And that was our fiasco.
Indeed. All right.
I want to thank everybody for playing.
Yes.
Scott, Erik, and Jason.
Thank you for having me.
I want to thank Jason for letting me pull this off once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always down for this. You know, we can do these, every quarter of a year.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
The last one was February. Now it's June. That worked out. That worked out.
Definitely.
So I'm down. I'm always down for this. This was a lot of fun. I love the weird, depressing, even more depressing version of myself that I made.
I know, right?
And that's probably how I would act if I was ever in that situation. I like to think that I'm a little more tougher, but no, I probably would fucking lose my mind if I saw someone get murdered in front of me.
And I want to thank our audience. I don't know
Lisa
if
joined.
Really was in it, but I noticed Lisa joined. Lisa did
Hi,
join.
Lisa.
We had Jumba earlier. Gank Thor, who subscribed earlier today, stopped in and said hi.
Awesome.
Bear came in to check some stuff for me really quick.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, thanks to everyone. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please go to twitch.tv/rabbitholepods. Hit the follow button whenever we go live. Typically Saturday nights, you will get a notification. And then just watch whatever fucking wackiness ensues. We do various things. So,
I want to. I hate to. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jason. I want to say once again, we have been playing Fiasco.
Yes.
Fiasco is published by Bully Pulpit Games, designed by Jason Morningstar. I assume their website is bullypulpitgames.com or some such. They are, yes, it is www.bullypulpitgames.com.
Yes.
This is the classic edition of the game, the book and dice oriented version. There is a new version that is out now that is card based. I am sure it is just as much fun. I have not had a chance to play it. I am most familiar with the dice version, and it seems to be a little bit more customizable. So I play what I'm happy with. But I do want to direct people to visit Bully Pulpit Games and check out Fiasco, the game of powerful ambition and poor impulse control.
Indeed.
So the blurb there, just wanted to blurb them again.
Absolutely. So yeah, thanks to them for making the game. Thanks to everybody. And I want to give a huge thanks. I have to do this every time. To the Patreon members. Patreon.com/rabbitholepods. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you guys for letting us do shit like this. You are truly keeping this network alive. So thank you very much to all the Patreon people. That's going to do it for us. It's really super late here on the East Coast and Central Time. So we're going to get going. Thank you all very much. And we will catch you later.